afternoon, good evening, where are you joining us from in this world? Welcome, everyone. Whether you're joining us on Zoom or tuning in via the YouTube live stream, we are thrilled to have you all here for the Hult Prize 2023 Accelerator Finals. Let us know in the chat box of Zoom and in the chat on YouTube how excited you are for this big day. This is it. This is the moment all of you have been waiting for. Today and tomorrow, we'll know who are the Hult Prize 2023 6 finalists. Will be 6 startups advancing to our global finals taking place in Paris, France in a month from now. The 6 finalists will all be offered $100,000 of investment from the Hult Prize and will be in the run for the grand prize of $1 million.
Indeed, Hamdi, the stakes are high and the energy is palpable even through our screens. To our amazing startups, staff and volunteers, experts and judges, and of course, our global audience, a heartfelt welcome. For those of you joining for the first time, my name is Carlos Naya, and I'm the Director of Human Resources at the Hult Prize Foundation. Ever since I was 5 years old, I fully believed that education was the catalyst for transforming the world. And today, being here with you, witnessing how a community of like-minded individuals are striving to create a better world reminds me that truly all dreams are possible.
I'm Hamdi. I'm your second co-host of the day. Having spent almost a decade of my life with the Hult Prize, my journey has seen various chapters, from being a volunteer campus director, a competitor, just like the almost 100 entrepreneurs you'll see today, to handling diverse roles and projects with the organization. Today, I'm privileged to be the Senior Director of Programs of the organization. Through my experience with the Hult Prize, my mission has remained steadfast, to be who I needed when I was younger, to empower students all over the world to explore the potential that they have and to do the first step towards change. That's what draws me every day to the Hult Prize, its incredible mission and community of thinkers and doers.
That is so true, Hamdi. Speaking of Hult Prize, let's journey back and recall the stages that have brought us to this very moment. Today, we're not just celebrating the startups. Today, we're celebrating the journey. A journey that began with over 2,000 campuses worldwide with our on-campus program, where the spark of an idea was ignited. We then moved to our summits in 12 different cities all across the world. We went from Boston to Monterrey, Rio de Janeiro, New York, Milan, Nairobi, Tunis, Dubai, Mumbai, Melbourne, Taipei, and Lisbon. And then the journey was intensified during our digital phase of the accelerator and has now culminated here today in these accelerator finals.
Speaking of journeys, Carla, this year's journey, this year's challenge touch a significant aspect of our lives: fashion. Clothing isn't just about aesthetics. It's about identity, protection, and expression. With the fashion industry being a massive contributor to the global economy, it unfortunately also brings forth environmental and social costs.
So true, Hamdi. And today's fashion industry is worth $2.4 trillion. It is responsible for significant greenhouse gas emissions, water consumption, and labor exploitation. The challenge for our startups: innovate and make the fashion industry more sustainable, aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Can't agree more, Carla. This year's challenge is both timely and critical. The fashion industry has often been highlighted for its unsustainable practices, from wasteful production methods to fast fashion trends that promote disposability. But today, we're not here to discuss problems. We're here to celebrate solutions.
The solutions presented by our 2022 Accelerator teams have the potential to revolutionize the very fabric of the fashion industry. They represent hope, innovation, and a sustainable future. A future where the clothes we wear not just reflect our style, but also our values and our commitment to the planet.
Over the past 6 weeks, we had 22 startups dedicating countless hours to this Global Accelerator program. Let me tell you a little bit more about the Global Accelerator program of the Hult Prize. We've been running it for over a decade right now. It's a award-renowned program for propelling social startups to success. Whether a startup is just beginning with an idea or has been in the market for years, like multiple companies you will see in today's show, our program encompassing intense curriculum, mentorship, and support has been pivotal for over 300 startups across the past 10 years.
And this year's Accelerator cohort were truly exceptional, hailing from over 25 countries worldwide, addressing every fashion industry value chain stage, and emerging from a whopping 10,000 applications. These startups are the epitome of innovation and drive.
This is it. How excited are you? We want to see it on the screens. We want to see it on your faces. We want to see it in the chat box. We're getting ready to kick off the Hult Prize Global Finals Accelerator to witness change that our youth, our innovators can bring to this world. To get us started, I want to take a moment and acknowledge the amazing extended community of the Hult Prize, the community of volunteer organizers that put together events all over the world, starting with almost 10,000 volunteers of different campuses globally, and specifically the Hult Prize staff of interns, full-time employees that work day and night to deliver our programs, just like this accelerator program. I want to take a moment and invite the CEO of the Hult Prize to say a couple of welcoming words on behalf of the extended community of the Hult Prize organizers. Lori, good morning. How are you feeling today, and where are you joining us from?
Well, good morning, Hamdi. Good morning, everybody. I am in sunny Boston, and it's a little bit early in the morning, but I'm super excited for the day. You know, this is one of our most favorite days of the year at Hult Prize, and we are so excited to hear how you've all been honing your pitches and working so hard to present your very best version of the startup that you started thinking about probably 9 or 10 or even 11 months ago. So I do have the privilege of working with an amazing group of people. And I want to just take a moment that we can all thank them. First of all, for hosting us today, Hamdi and Carla. We are so grateful for your time. Our experts in residence who are going to be judging today are a phenomenal group of people. And we just can't thank them enough for spending their day with us and helping us to figure out who are the teams that should actually be celebrated and funded by Hult Prize. And then, you know, our ops team, our startups team, our experts team, they have killed themselves working so hard to make this experience compelling and successful. Our curriculum team has really dedicated themselves to making sure that you learn everything that you can. And, you know, we always say this, but it's true. Whether you come out of this a winner or you come out of this without getting onto the next stage, you are already a winner because you have learned so much, you've gained so much from this experience, and this will stay with you for the rest of your life. So please try to enjoy today. Try to have fun with it. Try to be in the moment so that you really take advantage of what is truly a unique opportunity in your life to learn, to grow, to create a community across the oceans. This is a really special day, and I hope you make the most of it. So to our competitors, I wish you incredible luck today. I know it's going to be a fantastic show, and I can't wait to see how it turns out. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you so much, Lori. Now, before you jump off, I have one quick question. If you had one piece of advice for our 22 teams that are pitching today, what would it be?
So, you know, I think the most important thing on the day of an event is to just commit to what you've done. Don't second guess yourself. Don't try to think about what you could have done differently. You've rehearsed it. You've got to believe in yourself, trust your gut, and just go with what you already know you do so well.
Thank you so much, Lori. That was an authentic Lori answer. That is what she tells us right before any big day. Thank you so much, Lori, and we invite you to enjoy the rest of the show with the audience. Now, moving on to the amazing pool of experts and mentors supporting our students from all over the world, we want to take a moment and ask you to please raise your virtual or physical hand, however you prefer. Please, we want to acknowledge and take a moment to thank you for the countless hours. Thank you for both the virtual and the physical. We see you all. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the countless hours that you have dedicated to supporting these startups. Our experts are well-accomplished professional and industry leaders from around the world who for the past 6 weeks volunteered their time and experience to guide and mentor all of the accelerator startups. We would love to give you all a big round of applause. We are also grateful for our judges committee of today, our experts in residence. They are long-term experts who have been dedicating their time supporting the entrepreneurs throughout every stage of the competition. For years, they have been offering their wealth of knowledge, experience, and insights to help teams refine their businesses and become successful social entrepreneurs. They come from diverse backgrounds, such as business, technology, social impact, finance, sustainability, and more. And this year, at the 2023 Accelerator Program, they have taken the role of the selection committee, supporting us here at Hult Prize to choose our top 6 finalists.
Most of you know who they are already. Some of you might not, but we're going to take a moment and introduce them one by one. We want you to take a moment and appreciate the vast experience and expertise that they will bring to the table today. And we want to start with the one and only Aaron Baines. He's joining us all the way from Canada. He's a member of the firm's capital market group and venture finance group. He practices corporate law with an emphasis on debt and equity financing and domestic and international mergers and acquisition. Aaron also assists emerging and high growth companies as they use debt to grow their businesses. Aaron, we're so grateful to have you here. Thank you for spending the whole day with us.
Next up is Daiso. He is an expert in public policy, innovation and strategy, environment, agricultural development, and food security. He is a visiting research fellow at the Center for Environmental Policies at Imperial College London. He also serves on the Montpellier Malibu panel of experts, working together to enhance African and European government support of national and regional agricultural development and food security priorities in Africa. Daiso, we're so happy to have you with us today.
Our third judge of the day is the beloved Gemma that you all love. Gemma is a multi-award winning serial social entrepreneur. She's launched over 3 social impact ventures in 3 different countries and have been awarded the best social entrepreneur at the World Economic Forum and by Ernst & Young. She's currently the Director of Social Innovation and Impact at Claremont McKenna College. She's training the next generation of social innovators and entrepreneurs like she's been doing for over 5 years with the Hult Prize. Gemma, we're grateful to have you here. Thank you so much.
Joining us all the way from Canada is our marketing and storytelling genius, Howard Lichman. He is a founding partner of Ethnicity Matters, which is Canada's leading authority in marketing and communications to a multicultural world. Howard is also an angel investor in Sensible, NXM Labs, Health, and many more. Howard, it is always great to see you.
Next is the one and only Mariam Telmasani. I personally had the pleasure of meeting her in Dubai a couple of months ago, and I was amazed by her expertise in sustainability, change management, and business strategies. Mariam is the Chief Sustainability Officer for the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Culture, and she's the chair of the UN Global Compact Local Networks in Saudi Arabia. Mariam, great to see you again, and we look forward to have you as a judge with us over the next 2 days.
Now, representing LATAM all the way from Brazil, we have our 6th judge of the day, Rodrigo de Alvarenga, a venture capitalist and the managing partner and CEO of HAG Group. As part of the HAG Ventures, he has invested in over 25 startups from US, Europe, LATAM, and the MENA region. Besides accelerating and helping hundreds of entrepreneurs worldwide as a mentor and advisor in acceleration programs in 14 different countries. Rodrigo, it is an honor to have you with us today.
A lot of our startups will be talking about sales, business development, and IT management today. And that's where the one and only Sofia Van Hult comes in. She has been with the Hult Prize for over 7 years now. As an expert, she's a senior strategic client executive at Microsoft with almost 25 years of international experience of advanced sales and mega deals, management of global customers, marketing, and business development within the IT industry. Sofia, thank you for bringing your expertise and knowledge to our judging panel of today.
Our eighth judge, and someone very close to my heart, is the amazing Vinod Parmeshwar. He is the Human Resources and Administration VP at Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. He is passionate about scaling programs in developing countries. At Oxfam, he helped launch Saving for Change, an innovative microfinance program which enabled more than 500,000 people in 5 countries to save more than $13 million. Prior to joining Oxfam, Vinod worked in both the private and social sectors with positions at Citibank, Catholic Relief Services, and SEWA Bank. And he also taught microfinance at Brandeis University for over a decade. Vinod, it is so exciting to share yet another stage with you.
And last but not least is the one and only Alden Zeka. He will be the chairman of today's judging panel. Alden is the longest serving expert in the Hult Prize. He's the founding partner at We Scale Impact that focuses on assisting early stage social enterprises, especially in the emerging markets, by leveraging 30 plus years of his expertise. I would love to invite Alden to the stage to share a couple of words with all of you on behalf of our judging committee before we get the show started. Alden, how are you feeling today?
It's great, Hamdi. Thank you, Hamdi. Thank you, Carla. It's wonderful to be here. And I know I can speak on behalf of all of the experts and residents who are serving as judges today to say that we're extremely excited to be hearing the team's pitch. We've had the opportunity to read through their business proposals that each team submitted. I know I've chatted with each of the judges at different times over the past week or so, and we've all been looking forward to today's situation or today's session. So without much further ado, good luck to everybody. Again, keep in mind that it's been a wonderful experience for us to work with you. Hopefully you've had a great experience between when you started on campus and all the way through today, have learned a lot. And again, as everybody said, but I want to reinforce, yes, only 6 of the 22 teams today will move forward to France, but all 22 teams today, you are all winners. You all had to go through incredible journeys just to get to where you are today. And you should celebrate that. And remember that there are many Hult Prize alumni teams that went on to tremendous success, even though they may not have made the finals or may not have been the prize winner. And hopefully your venture, if you're not selected this weekend, will be able to do the same. So thanks a lot. We look forward to it. Let me turn it back to Hamdi and Carla.
Thank you so much, Alden. Thank you, judges, for not only judging today, but also being part of the accelerator experience over the past 6 weeks. Our judges have been going through multiple rounds of conversations and deliberations. They spent a significant amount of their valuable time going through each startup one by one. And believe me when I say they have their questions ready for you today. So have fun, judges. We don't want to be you. We know you have a huge task in front of you. We wish you the best of luck. Startups, we wish you enjoy the journey and make sure to keep the connections with the judges of today and the experts that we have in our pool for as long as it takes.
That is great advice, Hamdi. And as we move into the pitching session, here is a brief breakdown of the day ahead of us. Once we're done with our official welcome and kickoff of the event, we will be listening to all 22 startups with a few short breaks here and there, and of course an intermission, which we recommend you to use for either lunch or dinner, depending on your time zone. Now, for the rules and the process for the pitching sessions, each team will have 4 minutes to pitch, followed by 4 minutes of Q&A from our judges. Judges, we do invite you to take a minute after each presentation for scoring and notes. And once you have finished, kindly let us know with a virtual or physical thumbs up.
A kind reminder to everyone on Zoom, please keep those cameras on for the ultimate immersive experience. And while we love to hear from you, kindly stay on mute until you're invited to speak. We do encourage everyone to use those chat boxes, both on Zoom and on the YouTube live stream, to engage with us, share your insights, and cheer for your favorite startups. Those of you who are on YouTube, please send us your thoughts and questions, and Carla and I will be more than happy to share them with our extended community.
And for the startups, a quick note for you. Make sure that you take notes throughout the pitches, because at the end, you will be voting for your top 6. These results will be shared with our judges during their deliberation for them to take into consideration. After all the presentations are done today, judges will have the remaining of today and tomorrow to deliberate, and the final and grand announcement will be made tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT.
This is it. 22 startups representing almost 30 countries of the world, 6 finalists, $1.5 million at stake. With all of that said and done, let's usher in the first startup to pitch. The stage is yours and the world is watching. Best of luck to all of the participants. Carla, why don't you get us started by inviting the first team?
Perfect, Hamdi. So I don't know if everyone knows it, but Hult Prize started as a local business case competition at Hult International Business School at the Boston campus back in 2009. In 2010, it made all its way to all of the Hult campuses in London, Dubai, San Francisco, Shanghai, and Sao Paulo, before expanding to the 2,000 universities that we have globally. Today, Hult Prize is one of the world's largest and most important social impact and social entrepreneurship movements and competitions. The next team represents the one campus where it all started. Please welcome a team that is unwasting the waste, graphing from Hult International Business School. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
Hey,
Carla. I just
thank you.
make sure everyone's mics are working.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You hear me?
Perfect. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So I will kick you off whenever you tell me that you're ready to start your pitch.
Ready.
Perfect. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1.
We are known as the only startup able to replace plastic using textile waste. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste end up in landfills and 85 billion hangers are produced. Now, imagine if we could solve both problems with one solution. That's why we present you Graph. We have created Textile, our patent-pending material that can replace oil-based plastic. The first application of Textile will be producing sustainable hangers. We do this by collecting any kind of textile waste, from polyester, denim to cotton. We then combine the textile fibers with biopolymers to create Textile. To scale our production, we have also developed our very own patent-pending manufacturing process. We operate in a circular economy where even our customers can be our suppliers by transforming their own waste into hangers. And at the end of the product's life cycle, we can biodegrade it with enzymes and reuse the remaining textile.
By making the switch, we provide 2 environmental benefits. Each plastic hanger produces 120 grams of carbon emission, whereas Graph hanger produces only 33 grams. This alone is a 60% decrease compared to traditional manufacturing. By 2028, we plan to absorb 3,600 tons of textile waste in our products, reducing the CO2 emitted by driving around the world 23 times. Not only are we great for the environment, but our customers too. So why would they not buy from us when we can provide a more affordable hanger at a competitive price of 40 cents that lasts at least 1 year, whereas plastic hangers break every 3 months? This boosts our clients' profit and improves their ESG score. We are conducting 2 pilots in Medellin, Colombia, with the objective to test the hanger's durability and design. By collecting monthly feedback and based on the inputs received, we have developed a second prototype. As of today, 0 graph hangers have broken, whereas 231 plastic hangers were damaged. We're happy that both these pilots were converted to an intent to buy. Our business is growing rapidly. We have already received over 200,000 pre-orders, which will generate over $100,000 in revenue. These orders will be fulfilled in the next 6 months. And we're proud to announce we're in conversation with Hult Business School to replace their on-campus hangers.
Hangers are great, but we are so much bigger than that. We can replace oil-based plastic. That is why 2026 will be game-changing. We plan to sell a pelletized version of Textile and license our process to manufacturers so that they can produce their own sustainable products. This market is valued at over $460 billion. We can match the price of plastic if needed, but have priced Textile on a value-based pricing model. We plan to grow over the next 5 years, opening production plants in Colombia and India to accommodate our global clients in 3 phases. With the $1 million in funding, we can scale up our 2 revenue streams, allowing us to grow exponentially, generating over $40 million yearly by 2028, while maintaining a gross margin of 75%. Our partners help bring this to life, like Los Amigos, an NGO that helps us with waste collection and donations, as well as universities like MIT, who assist us with R&D. And with the guidance from our mentors, we are constantly improving our product and services. So why should you invest in Graph? Because we are building a business that has never been done before. Thanks to our unique team comprised of an engineer, finance director, business lawyer, project manager, and even an entrepreneur, we have made the impossible possible. With over 40 years of work experience and having managed over $1 billion in funding, we truly have what it takes to create a successful startup. Thank you.
Congratulations, right on time. Judges, who wants to kick us off? Please raise your hand, judges, or feel free to unmute.
I had a quick question on the revenue.
Perfect.
Yes.
So you said you have 200,000 pre-orders and your $100,000 in sales and your average cost is 40 cents.
Right.
So that would roughly make it like 1 hanger per pre-order. Can you explain?
So we basically
the
have a
previous
range.
slide.
Yes. So we have a range-based pricing model where depending on the quantity ordered, we have a certain price that we charge. And our price basically varies from $1.4 per hanger to 40 cents for bulk orders.
Perfect. We're going to follow up, I believe, with Gemma. Oops, I think, Gemma, you muted yourself by accident. There you go.
Great. What a great pitch. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the recollection and the reuse of the product. Can you tell me a little bit about that? How that recollection is going to work and the percentage of recollection you're going to be able to get back?
Okay, thank you for the question. So remember that we are a B2B company. So we're going to recollect and we are going to set our recollection contracts with these companies and for broken hangers in particular with the manufacturing companies. So basically we are going to recollect through our recollection network the broken hangers and we are going to sell them again, the new hangers remolded and reshaped because our material can be remolded and reshaped. The reselling will be at a lower cost, so they will be willing to rebuy again hangers and keep going with the circular economy.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Sophia next.
Great pitch, guys. Thank you very much. Just a quick question around the biopolymer area. It's quite a big one globally. Can you tell me a bit about the competition and what makes you stand out?
Yes, so thank you again for the question. Our material is a composite material, so as a base matrix, we are using this biopolymer. It derived from the feedstock and is biodegradable, not hazardous, and not toxic. Plus, we're going to add natural or synthetic fibers. And we decided to use this biopolymer because it's remolded and also because we are in collaboration with EAFIT, a university in Colombia, we are studying the composition of that in order to absorb this bioplastic with an enzyme and reuse the textile material.
Perfect. And we have 1 minute for Howard.
Yeah, my question was the same. It was about global competitions. Who's out there that will compete against you, and how successful have they been? My second question is, who in your team knows run a, and the cost of running the plant and affecting your math?
Sorry, I didn't get the second question because there was a lag.
You have to build a plant and run a plant. Do you have the team that can do that? And do you know, are you comfortable that you know all of the costs around that piece of the puzzle?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So our first plant will be set in Medellin, Colombia. We already have contacts there, and we are planning to set our plants close and in proximity to textile manufacturing producers and companies in order to avoid CO2 emitted in the transportations. We already know the cost of the plant, and we already have identified several spots to set our production. And thanks to Annie, we have, which is from Colombia, we have contacts with the directly rentals there.
Time's up. Congratulations, team. Great job.
Let's give Graph Inc. a huge round of applause. Let's put in the chat box what we thought about their pitch and Q&A session. Judges, we invite you all to start scoring and taking notes. Graph Inc., thank you for presenting the solution to target the circularity stage of the fashion value chain. Fun fact for our audience here, I don't know if you know, but there's less than 1% of old clothes being upcycled into new clothes, and then less than 10% are ever resold or reused. We look forward to seeing the impact of Graph Inc.'s solution to these challenges. As the judges continue to score, we would like to get ready to invite our second team of the day. Hult Prize exists thanks to the support of thousands of universities all around the world. Melbourne Business School is one of them. We've worked throughout the years on organizing trainings, workshops, and summits. For the second year in a row, a team from Melbourne Business School makes it all the way to our Hult Prize Global Accelerator. MiniArcs, turning one industry's problem into another solution, are invited to the stage to represent their school and Australia. MiniArcs, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great, thank you.
Feeling great, yeah.
Cool. We can see you all on the screen. We invite you to share your slides on the screen. Judges, please give us a thumbs up whenever you're ready to get going.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Zane. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And yeah?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
And can you see my slides?
Okay, we can see the slides.
Perfect. Then we're ready to go.
I see thumbs ups from the judges. One last check. We're good. All right, MiniArcs. We're ready whenever you are.
Great. Hello, everyone. We are MiniArcs, and we produce home insulation for the construction industry made from post-consumer fashion waste. My name is Sanjit. I'm a fashion sustainability specialist working for a large Australian retail group. My colleagues are Yan, our project delivery professional, and Zane, our construction industry expert. Our team of advisors provide expertise and experience in sustainable construction materials, clothing recycling, and sustainable business. As two of the biggest emitters globally, the construction and fashion industries are looking for solutions to transition to a more responsible way of doing business, such as sourcing more sustainable materials. Developers are under pressure to meet sustainability goals, and the fashion industry is struggling to solve the post-consumer textile waste problem. Fashion Fill diverts this textile waste from landfills, turning the unwearable and undesirable textiles back to a fibre before processing to make the insulation, turning one industry's problem into another's solution.
Fashion Fill will meet the requirements you expect from any conventional insulation. However, our key differentiators are having lower embodied carbon, being safer to handle on site, ease of cutting, and being made from mixed fibre textile waste. Our target customer are small and large-scale developers looking for more sustainable building materials. The main motivating factors for our developers include catering for clients desiring to own a sustainable build, brand building through industry innovation, and meeting ethical funding requirements set by influential investors. In Australia, we're in the midst of a housing crisis with projected population growth driving the need for new residential properties. Currently, more than 190,000 new buildings are built every year, equating to about 28 million square meters of insulation. With developers' needs for sustainable building materials and with no direct local competition, we are well positioned for success. To launch, our business model consists of taking textile waste processed fiber, manufacturing it to Australian standards, and distributing it to our customers. For sourcing, we have strategic partnership with key industry players, and on the customer side, we have 2 signed pre-order MOUs and 2 more in negotiation.
Fashion fuel will be priced at $8.50 per square meter. We can achieve high profit margin as our production uses 70% less energy and has a low supply cost. Based on quotes received, by supplying fashion fuel on 20 projects per year, we can secure installation orders for 800,000 square meters. That is 6.8 million in revenue. In terms of the impact, that equates to over 12,000 tons on savings on greenhouse gases. Once established in Australia, New Zealand will be next, as they use the same engineering standards. Then Europe, with high demand for more sustainable building materials, ample supply of textile waste, and similar engineering codes. Parallel to this, we will also be looking into product diversification, such as furnishings and acoustic paneling. We've made great progress just in the last 6 months, including recruiting experts for each stage of R&D, establishing supply partnerships with the Salvation Army and Textile Recyclers Australia, pilot testing, thermal conductivity assessment, and MOUs with our first 2 customers. But with Hult Foundation support, we can build our momentum and make a greater impact. The $1 million seed funding will enable R&D at Melbourne Deakin Universities, certification with CSIRO, and manufacturing, with the aim of starting production in 2025. We've learned developers and builders value performance the most, as well as having low embodied carbon, being safe to handle, and easy to cut. Once certified by CSIRO, we will have proved our product's performance and have customers' confidence.
With the support from Hult, we're excited to bring to reality our innovative technical product that is impactful, commercially viable, scalable, and without direct competitors, turning one industry's problem into another solution. We are MiniArcs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MiniArcs. Right on time. Judges, this is your time. Who's gonna kick us off? Judges, we invite you to raise your virtual hand. We see Alden. Go for it.
Thanks, Hamdi. To the team, a bunch of concerns around the regulatory and safety environment for your product. Your product's going to go into homes. Obviously, there's concerns around fire and everything else. Can you speak to not just what's the timeline, because you showed that slide, what's the cost in Australian dollar terms is fine, that you estimate for getting through all those regulatory hurdles and the certifications?
Yeah, thank you, Alden, for the question. So through our conversations with R&D partners in Deakin University and the University of Melbourne, so the R&D process and testing roughly cost us 200,000 to 300,000 Australian dollars. And in terms of certification, with CSIRO, they confirmed the R&D, the certification will cost us 15 to 25,000, depends on how many tests we have to run to pass the fire and thermal conductivity assessment. And overall, the term takes for R&D will be around 6 to 12 months.
Sophia.
Perfect, thank you. I have a question around the scalability of your business. So you did mention New Zealand as a next step and then Europe. Can you tell me and tell us a bit more about that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Sophia, for that question. So once our product is certified and can be used in construction, and once we establish in Australia, we'll expand to New Zealand as we use exactly the same engineering code. So our product can be directly sold in New Zealand market. As the fashion waste problem and also the demand for more sustainable construction materials is widely existing in Europe. And also we have a similar engineering code, not exactly the same, but very, very similar. So we can, with little alteration of our product, we can introduce to the European market. And at the same time, because R&D takes about 6 to 12 months to develop to reach certification, we at the same time we're looking for short-term revenue, which we is diversification of our product for acoustic paneling and furniture filling, because these products have very little requirement in terms of certification and R&D. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. We'll go with Howard and then wrap up with a question by Mary.
Very quickly, what is the size of the pie for sustainable installation, and how did you determine that number? And if you determine it from the existing market, who are your top 3 competitors, and how are you different, and how are they doing?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. The overall market size, so we mapped Australian market size in terms of the dwellings being built per year. That's 191,000 per year. And in average, each dwelling uses about 150 square meters of installation.
No. I'm not interested in how many dwellings per year. How many dwellings per year are likely to want sustainable installation over what they're currently doing? And how do you determine that number?
Yeah. So our target customers, the large developers, had ESG target because for the ASX listed company, they're under the scope being watched to meet their sustainability goals. So they are our target customers. Overall in this market, they account for more than 80% of the builds in this industry.
Thank you. Mariam, can you let us know what is your question? And then we invite MiniArcs to put the answer in the chat box.
Definitely. So I'm just going to touch base on the competition. There are already existing environmental friendly insulation types. So there are the denim ones, the cellulose one, the spray foam ones, etc. What is differentiating your product that will actually push the construction industry to do the shift to purchase? Keep that in mind.
Thank you so much, Mariam. MiniArcs, please do put the answer in the chat box. I'm going to invite my friend Carla to introduce our next team as the judges take notes.
Perfect. Congratulations, team. And friendly reminder to all of the other startups as well, we will have callbacks. So in case there's any questions that you don't have enough time to answer tomorrow, you will have the opportunity of talking again with the judges. We're going to ask the next team to prepare themselves and ask everyone else to brace yourselves for the remarkable journey of Team Sift, a team that has wowed everyone they have met. Their impressive track record includes getting top-notch leaders like the CTO of Wayfair as a keyboard member of Urban Outfitters on board as mentors. Now, as they step on stage, get ready to be amazed by their game-changing multi-platform service, making secondhand fashion more accessible and more exciting than ever. Team Sift, are you ready?
Yep. Yeah, we are.
Perfect. I love the energy.
Can you enable screen sharing? There we go.
Yes.
All right.
Perfect. All ready?
Yep.
You're good to start in 3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, we're Sift. We're a platform that uses AI to make finding secondhand fashion incredibly easy. Our mission is to create a perfectly efficient digital circular economy and revolutionize the way that consumers purchase fashion secondhand online. And this is because the demand for secondhand apparel is projected to nearly double within the next 4 years, reaching a global market of $351 billion. And this makes sense. Secondhand is cheaper and more sustainable. But despite this, as hinted at before, the secondhand circular economy is still highly inefficient. The same product is scattered across dozens of different marketplaces and coming from different sellers are all labeled differently, making search for a specific product incredibly difficult. And this problem is validated by hundreds of user interviews conducted. But the even larger problem that this causes is that most people are simply unaware of the secondhand alternatives available online. While 3 in 4 of us are willing to buy secondhand, only 30% of us actually follow through.
But at Sift, we think that if you can find a style new, you should be able to find it secondhand. And we want users to know that their favorite styles are online and available to purchase. So what if we could organize those styles and make it easier to shop for used clothes? Well, that's the transformational product that we built. Sift uses AI to provide a one-stop shop for secondhand products by aggregating them into a single database for easy search. In this demo, you can watch our algorithm sift secondhand clothing options. Our product is out now and being tested by beta users to help us improve it every day. You can search using text, image, or both, and Sift will show you options based on what you want. If you like a specific style, you can just drag it into the search bar to find even more recommendations for that style. And using the same fundamental technology, Sift also built a browser extension that you can download today. All you do is click on the Sift icon in your browser as you shop online, and Sift automatically takes the image and text data of the product to find you secondhand options whenever, wherever. But the gap between shoppers who want to buy secondhand and those that actually do means that right now we're leaving tons on the table in terms of impact. It's billions of tons of water lost, billions of tons of CO2 emissions, billions in lost economic value. But buying secondhand can help a person reduce their carbon footprint by 80%, plus saving water and material waste. And the demand for secondhand is there. The inventory is online, so the problem isn't actually supply and demand, but the ability to connect sellers and shoppers. And that's the fundamental challenge that Sift solves. We create impact by making the circular economy more efficient. And if we can make these connections happen and dismantle fast fashion, then we can also help achieve UN SDGs 8, 12, and 13. Right now, we're doing outreach to partner with secondhand stores like Goodwill, eBay, and Depop. And we have a few different ways of making money, like making about 4% on every sale that we direct from our platforms. And we want our aggregated data to help sellers gain unique insights, like letting them compare prices of similar products across the web. But that's just the tip of the iceberg because of our exciting technology.
Thanks, Annabelle. Because at our core, what we're doing is we're taking these inconsistently labeled secondhand products from all over the web and organizing them using image and text. And by leveraging both image and text, we're able to make similar organizations, even when we're missing information from one of the modalities. And it is this state-of-the-art technology applied in a broadly non-technical space, coupled with a large product inventory and focusing on a secondhand niche that provides us defensibility. For example, by focusing on the secondhand niche, we're able to avoid competition from big tech companies who focus mainly on new and retail. And by using state-of-the-art searching solution, along with the aggregated database, we're able to provide a better searching solution than secondhand platforms. Our team of students from Brown and Oxford University have been able to build this for the past 10 months. And with the guidance of our outstanding advisors, including the former CTO of Wayfair and board members of Urban Outfitters, we've come a long way since we first started our project with Hackathon. Just last week, the Boston Globe reached out for a feature, and we hope that you too join us on our mission, because use is acceptable. Together, let's make it accessible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Congratulations, David and Annabelle. Judges, who's going to kick us off? I see Vinod was ready with his hands up. We're going to start with you, Vinod.
So what stops a competitor from using a different AI-powered solution and either copying your solution or coming up with a better one? What is your source of sustainable competitive advantage?
I could jump in on that one. So, I mean, we have really three main focuses here. Then I think focusing on the secondhand niche is going to be one of them. Along with focusing on this kind of helps us prevent some of the big tech companies who are mostly focused on retail themselves. And the large product inventory is something that's very unique to secondhand themselves. And building these pipelines and making sure that they're effectively indexed is going to be another source of kind of competition. I mean, source of competitive advantage if we're able to secure some of these key partnerships.
Perfect. Do we have any other questions from our judges? Sophia.
Yeah, I can ask you guys a question as well. Well done. So I was thinking about, in your pitch, you're not really touching on any financial projections. So how would that look, let's say 3 to 5 years, and what would the biggest risks be connected to that?
Yeah, I can start with that. So right now, because we're a software company, we have kind of a different business model than I think some of the hardware focused companies, where we're going kind of in the classic software growth strategy of first you acquire users, first you like do all of the customer acquisition, and then you kind of worry more about the revenue after the fact. That being said, the revenue is still top of mind to us, and that's something that from the get-go we're focused on and want to have a good solution for. So the affiliate marketing, which is giving us that percentage cut of every sale, that's obviously the first way of doing it. And that's just kind of the most straightforward. But we have a bunch of other ideas in order to kind of accelerate that revenue growth. And so in the next 3 to 5 years, we're hoping to just have a lot more users, and then if we can have a proportion of each of those users giving us a stream, then that's kind of the ideal.
I could jump in a little bit on this. And the business plan we kind of outlined, it costs about $150 to index about 10 million products. And currently we're kind of estimating the lifetime value of each customer to be about $5, just based on initial statistics. But ultimately, these are still obviously need to be further tested.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mariam to go next.
All right, thank you. So I have two questions. The first is around your impact definition, because you were speaking about the impact of the secondhand industry, regardless of what your business specifically is doing. So I would really ask you to define your impact accordingly. And my second point is, again, you're offering a technology that's helping sorting, connecting the secondhand item. But what is going to make your technology or whatever your business stands out from a customer perspective? What other values are you adding from a journey perspective, from extra sustainability criteria or rankings or whatever? I mean, you need to start thinking of what is going to make you stand out from just being another technology. So if you have answers for that, please do tell me.
So what makes our product stand out? I mean, one of the things that we want to do is be able to even provide this even in person. So one of the current prototypes we're working on is kind of enabling even people to find this in person, to have a QR code on every single product. So that way you could check always online. I mean, I think in general, this is kind of like making this accessible for just secondhand is kind of something that we're doing right now. And we're hoping that we're one of the few ones to do this.
And right now, there's platforms that are working on
Sorry to interrupt, Annabelle. Time is up, but I invite you to continue that answer on the chat, as well as Howard, if you have any question that you wanted to add there on the chat box. Great job, Team Sift. And once you launch, please let me know. I would be more than happy to use your technology. Hamdi, do you want to help us with the next team?
Yeah, of course. But before I do that, again, we invite the judges to take some notes and score. Quick note for our experts team, we see the answer to the last question from Team MiniArcs in the chat box. Please make sure to copy it and add it to the experts room so they can take a look at it when they have the time. Also, I want to take a moment and do a quick shout out to some of our community members watching us live on YouTube. We see an international community watching. We see May from Sudan. We see Daniela. We see our experts, Scott. Thank you for joining us, Scott, online. We see people joining us from Brazil. A lot of people are cheering up for Graph Inc. on the YouTube. Graph Inc. has such an interesting audience watching live. Thank you all for joining us on YouTube. Please keep the chats, keep the cheering, keep the comments coming. We would love to share them with our community. Judges, we see your thumbs up, which means we're ready to invite the next team from Taipei. You know, every stitch, every thread, every piece of fabric tells a story, and often these stories were believed to end too soon. But today, we introduce you to a team from Taipei that's rewriting these tales. Reverse is not just a textile upcycling company, they are the guardians of stories, ensuring that each piece of fabric lives on. Reverse, how are you feeling today? Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Let's do quick mic checks.
Hello. I just want to check if my screen is moving, it's showing. Okay.
Screen is showing and moving.
Perfect.
Okay. You feel like you're ready?
Yep.
Amazing. Then you can go in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Evelyn. What you are seeing now are some collections of my brand that I designed. I'm an award-winning fashion designer with 10 years of experience using recycled materials to make clothes. My biggest problem is the fabric scraps during production, and I need to pay for disposal.
We realize no matter if the clothes are sustainable, new, or secondhand, 25% of textile waste will be burned after disposal, creating 27 billion tons of CO2. We are reverse, and we reverse fashion. We do this by mass recycling textile waste in a sustainable way and repurpose them into raw materials for other industries. We're able to do this because our head of innovation, TC, has 10 years of domain knowledge in material and chemical engineering. Textile waste will be transferred into plastic particles through our partners, but they cannot be used in mass production until we modify the formula based on our client's needs, which we call retax. New technology can be adopted commercially only if it is cheaper and has the same physical properties as existing materials. Retax is 12% cheaper and 12 times stronger. It not only addresses the issue of textile waste, but also reduces 83% of CO2 emissions during production compared to raw petroleum resources and achieves SDG 12. We teamed up with ASUS to explore using retax as a more eco-friendly and cost-effective replacement for ABS, the main material in keyboards. After completing the pilot test, we plan on being the supplier of more brands to reach 20% of the total keyboard market by 2026, generating more than $700,000 annually. We are proud to share that during the Hult Prize Accelerator, we connected with IKEA Taiwan and Swire Coca-Cola to expand our customer base. They not only want to transfer their clothing into retax and use it in their products, but also want to propose this idea to their headquarters. We aim to upcycle more than 800,000 clothes, which is equivalent to saving over 1,000 tons of CO2. Leveraging Sherry's supply chain expertise and our partners with patented technology, we can integrate the process of upcycling textile waste. We currently have 13 partners with MOU signed throughout the value chain. And through Reverse, our clients can lower the communication cost of getting the resources or services they need. Rich is the co-founder of Impact Hub Taipei, a social network in over 100 cities globally. And through his connections, we can scale up faster. In the short run, we help brands to adopt retax into their products, price competitive and sustainable. We want to work with fellow Hult Prize startups on material innovation and become the go-to supplier for sustainable materials across industries. Our ultimate goal is to license our tech process worldwide for lasting impact. And I, Jean, with global branding and account management experience, can take care of the international clients and promote Reverse. Our mentor, Robin, wants to work with us and introduce our technology to the Caribbean, creating sustainable tourism through upcycling. As a team with diverse expertise, with the support of the Hult Prize, we're able to provide companies a complete solution to upcycle their textile waste and reverse them back into valuable, sustainable raw materials. We cannot stop consumption and production, but together, let's make textile waste valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Reverse. Cherry Lynn, we see that you're holding some product prototypes on the screen. So I invite the team, I invite you to keep showing them on the screen as we get ready for the judges Q&A. And Vinod will be the one kicking us off. Go for it, Vinod.
Okay, questions. Can you talk a little bit about your patents? And second thing, about your current production capacities?
So for the current patents, it's owned by our partners. So we're gonna co-develop the patents with them. But recently, we're now kind of using their work, for them to help us with the patent part. But in the future, we're gonna patent the process of technology because we can add some modifiers to retext, and then we're gonna patent this process. So basically, for each different client, we kind of will have different patents for each process because their requirement for the formula will be different.
Yes, especially we will add the formula like a modifier agent with the retext. So it depends on what customer needs. So it depends on products. We can adjust the formula and compounding and provide that to the customers. So we won't file that patent. And the other thing about the capacity, as you can see, this is the cost breakdown. So currently, we can depend on the orders and it will have to show different costs based on the quantities that for the market.
Thanks, Lynn. Mariam has a question for you and the team.
All right, thank you for the pitch. Now, I just have a question about the clarity of the production process, right? So you're speaking a lot about saving the CO2 emission, and that's like because of you're avoiding burning clothes. But what are you doing with your processes? Are you producing any CO2 emissions? Well, we need clarity to see what is going on. Are you adding chemicals? I just need to make sure that you are committing to sustainability throughout. So if you can just add some light on that.
So for the process, this is the
So
process.
so we come. So this is the third parties to verify the numbers from the entire process from end to end. So this is the third party, so we can go for. We already provide to the Hult Prize for the due diligence. So if the vendors that use the ABS, it will generate 4.818 the kilogram CO2. But if we use the recycling the waste and we regrind it, and then we remake the pellets and injection, it will only generate the 0.71. So if we replace the ABS, it can have 83% the carbon footprint safe. Yes.
Thank you, judges. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds in the time of the Q&A session. Let us know if you still want to use it. All right.
Okay, so I want to share more with that. It's not only just produce few things like keyboards, as we mentioned in the presentation. As you can see, in the past few weeks, we tried different injection products like a hanger, zipper, barcode, even cases. So there's one vendor actually 2 weeks ago, they are reaching out to us because he made the smallest portable water filter. He need to recruit for some sustainable cases for that. So this is 2 weeks ago. 2 days ago, actually, we conduct few trials by using our retext, and we successfully to produce the water filter, our cases, the external case. So I just want to emphasize that if we can figuring out what customer needs and use our retext, actually we can save more waste without burning. So I hope you can all understand. It cannot just be only limited to few products. It will be broaderly than we can think. So this is what I want to emphasize. And this is Shirley. She can just present it and show the cases we just run it 2 days ago.
Thank you, Lynn. Huge shout out to Cherry Lynn, who's been supporting the team by showcasing their different products on the screen. Great job, team. We're proud of you on the progress that you've been making. Carlita, how many teams did we watch so far?
Think we're about to intro team 5. So congratulations to the first 4 teams that have already pitched. We have 2 more teams before we take a quick break. So we're gonna ask you to hold on a little bit longer. Just making sure that our next team is ready, starting to get ready. Our judges, how are you doing with the scorecard? You could give us a thumbs up. Perfect. I also just want to thank Reavers, because Reavers had been sending encouraging messages to all of the startups, and now you got so many messages back on the chat box, so we invite you to check that out. Perfect. So I see thumbs up from our judges. Now, embarking on a journey that often starts at the on-campus round, the next team hails from one of the world's premier university on-campus programs. Just last year, Addis Ababa University secured the prestigious on-campus award for the African region. And this year, they are back in contention. If you're curious about this year's nominees and all about the on-campus awards, or if you want to cast your own vote, we want to remind you that you have until tomorrow, Sunday, August 20th, to visit our website, hultprize.org, if you want to vote. Now, let's extend a warm welcome to the team Semini, who is orchestrating a revolution in the silk industry through sustainable and modernized products, proudly representing their home country, Ethiopia. The floor is yours. Can you kindly see if you can share your screen? Yep, I see you are working on it. Don't worry. Can we do a little mic check as well, just to make sure that we can hear?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And your slides look good.
Thank you.
So are we ready to pitch, team?
Yes, we're ready.
Perfect. You can start in 3, 2, 1.
It is easier to raise 7 children than to rear 7 a silkworm. These are the words of Jumanj, one of the silk farmers in Ethiopia. Sericulture is the art of producing silk from silkworms, a natural and valuable fiber. But sericulture farming isn't widespread in African countries because it is hard to rear silkworms and produce silk from them. This is due to the lack of adequate resources for regulating environmental conditions when it comes to rearing, cocoon production, and silk processing. It also includes natural factors such as pests, diseases, droughts, and climate change that affect silkworm rearing. Thus, we say, welcome to Semini, where we empower farmers to enhance silk production through the advanced manufacturing of silk sericultural machines. To solve this problem, we have developed a patent-pending sericulture machine that can create the optimal conditions for silkworms to grow and produce silk. Our machine can protect the silkworms from predators and bacterial infections, and also adjust and monitor their environments according to their developmental stages.
So why silk? Silk is a natural, biodegradable, and long-lasting fabric, which has a great impact within the fashion industry. That is why we have a vision to make Africa a major player in the global silk market, which is expected to reach $30 billion in 2030. Our machine can help African farmers produce high-quality silk that can compete with the leading producers, such as China and India. We boost the sericulture productivity of our customer by enabling them to rear silkworm up to 9 to 10 cycles a year, compared to the 5 cycles they produce in Ethiopia. This means they can produce more cocoons and more silk yarn from the same amount of land and labor.
So how does this impact our farmers? Enabling users to increase their income and employment opportunities. Also, it utilizes renewable energy source, such as solar panels and batteries to power its operations. It also uses less energy to work compared to other sericulture machines, which means lower operational costs and higher profits for its users. Our product is sustainable, in which it is recyclable. The residues from the production process can also be utilized for different purposes, such as fertilizers, feed, and wadding. Our product reduces waste, saves resources, and supports circular economy. Either a plan of fantasy or reality. Well, we have collaborated with Sabahar, one of the leading silk farming industries in Ethiopia, to source the eggs of the silkworms that our machine can rear. We have also secured a pre-order of 200 units from Wazareta, another company within the agricultural sector.
Let's go to our go-to-market. Our go-to-market, we aim to increase the silk production and enhance Ethiopia's global market participation by creating a silk-producing community by targeting silk farmers and agricultural organizations as a potential customers and partners. We use content marketing and trade shows as a marketing strategy. So when we scale up, we are starting our journey in Ethiopia, where we have established a strong customer base and a positive social impact. We plan to expand our operation to African countries and create a network of sericulture entrepreneurs across the continent. We first planning to increase the production capability by having a great reachability and expanding our manufacturing capacity. And second, increasing our market size beyond our borders. Thirdly, we're launching our new machine that is producing of our own yarns from the cocoons. And fourth, becoming the most trusted sericulture machine manufacturers in 2007. So we are Semini, comprised of electrical and mechanical engineers dedicated to make silk production as smooth as it stretches. Thank you.
Congratulations, team. We're so happy you were able to pitch live. Now we're going to invite our judges to start their Q&A. Yes, Vinod.
So what specifically are you doing that is allowing the farmers to have double the number of rearing cycles?
Excuse me?
What are you doing specifically that is different in terms of your machine that is allowing your farmers, the silkworm farmers, to have double the number of rearing cycles?
Okay, thank you for this question. What we do is we regulate the temperature and the humidity of the environment. So in our country, because of the weather conditions, there is only 4 cycles at the moment for the sericulture process. But once we regulate it, they can work all the year. They won't stop when it is cold, they won't stop when it's hot. They will work throughout the year. So because of that, it will become 9 cycles per year.
Howard? do you want to ask your question?
I wanted to understand about, look, not all silk farms are created equal in terms of size, financial viability. Talk about the affordability of your product and the likelihood of the farmers to want to invest the money in your machine because it requires a new machine, and how much of the market might buy it, might not buy it. What's your rationale upon that process?
Okay, so when it comes to affordability, we have two business models. The first one is to reach to businesses, so the farmers won't buy it directly. The businesses that hire the farmers will buy from us, and it will cover for them. And in our next model, when we launch B2C model, it will become the farmers will buy from us because of there is a government initiative in our country that will help the farmers buy the machines. And the selling cost of our machines is 80 up to $100.
Alden, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, my question is around kind of the business model. So my understanding is that farmers would buy the machines from you, they would use it, they would increase their production. But once they own these machines, in essence, you have to go and find the next customer, because a given farmer, once he has this machine, I assume it's somewhat long lasting. It will last for several years, several seasons. So your revenue depends on constantly finding new customers. How are you going to solve that issue?
Well, our plan is not only to sell the machines. We will scale up to buying the cocoons from the farmers and also producing yarn and exporting the yarns too. We're planning to produce the silk by ourselves too. And also our machines won't stop by building only the sericulture machine. We're also planning to build a rearing machine. So our business scalability is not only limited to the sericulture machines.
I see. Thank you. And then a follow-up question is, what prevents some larger manufacturing competitors who make machines already from looking at your design and basically designing around any patentability you might have and just copying the concept? Because the concept of temperature and humidity control machines is well established. It's been around for many decades.
Okay. For that, we are on patent pending schedule, that we are patent pending our designs. And secondly, we are now in the exam moment, we are in the solely manufacturing of the machines. So we are trying to keep up with the needs of the machines that from the farmers.
Thank you very much.
Right on time. Thank you so much, team. Congratulations.
Great.
Judges, if you can take this moment, write down all of your scores. Hamdi, over to you.
Thank you, Carla. Great work, Semini. You're getting a lot of love in the chat box, both on Zoom and on YouTube. We see a lot of people cheering for startups that pitched already. Kun Yayoi is cheering for Reverse. Salomi is saying hi to Graph Inc. Nirat is cheering for Strawberrry that will be pitching this afternoon. Keep the support coming. We see judges taking notes, and we're waiting for their thumbs up before introducing our sixth team of the day. After the next team, we'll have a 10-minute break to refresh and come back for 6 more teams of the Hult Prize 2023 Accelerator programs. Judges, we see that you're ready, and that's my sign to start talking about Team Kaya. I've had the pleasure of meeting them in Rio de Janeiro where they rocked the stage. They made it here through the second chance round, and they say that since they started operation, they saved 6 tons of CO2 emissions with their sustainable collections. They claim that they prevented almost 250 kilograms of denim waste from ending up in landfills. They are a sustainable and upcycling clothing company, empowering economic opportunities for marginalized communities. Kaya, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much.
We know it's a little bit early for you in Mexico.
Yes.
We're grateful for you joining us at this time to present your solution to our judging committee. Okay.
So I can project.
Okay. We can see the slides loading. You can see the screen. Can we do a quick mic check?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear the three of you loud and clear.
Amazing.
Everyone is ready. You can start in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. We are Gaia, a sustainable and upcycling clothing company empowering economic opportunities while being mindful of the planet. Picture a future where our very clothes contribute to a healthier planet. Imagine a future where discarded textiles find new life. Envision a society where the cycle of recidivism is replaced by a cycle of hope. Contemplate an economy where unemployment is merely a stepping stone to growth and unexplored potential. The words you've just heard are not a reality, but what you've seen is. These challenges are not roadblocks, they are catalysts for change. That is why Kaya is built upon 3 pillars. We empower our future by creating new clothing from sustainable materials. No new clothes should ever cost the earth. But we also know some of the damage has already been done. So we take textile waste, and through our upcycling program, we give new life to otherwise discarded denim. Yet our mission extends further, since we do all of this by working with social causes. From cooperatives to prisons, we positively impact their lives through sustained job opportunities. In our Empower Future pillar, we source bamboo, linen, and hemp fabric, and then we transfer it to the women's prison in Querétaro. At this prison, women have received tailoring training over the years, and through our partnership, we extend employment opportunities to them upon their release, reducing recidivism rates. Then we have our Fix the Past pillar, where we gather denim waste from textile factories and send them to rural Mexico for crafting. We collaborate with the Mujeres Female Cooperative, a group of women with extensive experience in fabric production. Through our partnership, these women now have the means to earn income and support their families. Our 3 pillars work towards 3 main goals: achieving to save 6 tons of CO2 emissions from being released, preventing 240 kilograms of discarded denim from ending up in landfills, as well as a 100% reduction in recidivism rates and a 15% increase in women's monthly income. Building on this foundation, we have created Gaia's value proposition. We've identified that among numerous sustainable brands, including upcycling, socially impactful, and quality-driven ones, Gaia merges all of them. Therefore, our target market are socially aware and eco-conscious individuals who are empowered to be change makers through our fashion-forward pieces.
But how do we know this is not just an idea? We have validated our collections through different workshops and showrooms, leading to 7 selling points throughout Mexico hotspots, as well as an online marketplace selling more than 1,000 items. Likewise, we have a B2B partnership with major Mexican companies where we create common collections of ethical merchandise. Our business strategy has led us to generate more than $35,000 in revenue since 2022. And we estimate to have a 36% of annual growth in the next 5 years without funding. Now, let's explore the impact of your purchase. When you buy a Kaya kimono, like the one I'm wearing right now, you're giving $15 to each of our ex-inmates and artisans that craft your piece of Kaya, as well as promoting the use of sustainable materials. Kaya's growth is driven by an economic opportunity of around $200 million. Moreover, we are looking at the potential to partner with 20,000 factories, while also making a meaningful impact on the lives of 23,000 women only in our country, Mexico. But more than that, we're a collective of one heart and many hands. So come join us on this crazy journey of leaving the world a better place than we found it, by empowering our future, while fixing our past, and creating social impact. We're Roxana, Mikel, and Alexa. With our team, our experts, and Hult Prize, we're going to build a better future together. Thank you.
Congrats, Kaya, for a great pitch. Judges, we're ready for 4 minutes of your questions. Let's see who's gonna kick us off. The one and only Gemma.
Hi, great job, everyone. I'm curious because it sounds to me like you're gonna need to have a pretty large production facility, because it sounds like you're going to be converting, creating the bamboo materials. Then you've got the transforming the denim, and then the actual production of your clothing. Can you tell me a little bit about your your financials and what it's going to require for you to just start?
Yes, so for our financials, we have been operating a year and a half. So right now we are operating and we have some unit economics for our sustainable line and our upcycling line. So we have established certain costs for our clothing. For example, the kimono base, that is the one it's shown in the picture, it cost us 660 pesos. That is approximately like $40, and then we sell it at 1,900 pesos.
So we have a 60% margin approximately to each one of our products. So basically in our cost of production is going not to affect in the scale, neither today.
Thanks, team.
And we also outsource a lot of the processes, so that definitely brings the cost down a bit since we usually outsource as much as we can.
Thanks, Roxana. Let's take a question from Rodrigo and then we move to Howard next.
Well, congrats, everyone, for pitching. I'm just curious that you have reinforced a message that is, we have done all this without funding, right? Tell me what you can do with the funding, if you have it.
So basically with the funding, we are going to reach to more communities. That's our plan. And in fact, we have different non-governmental and governmental agencies that we can work with. And also we are planning to scale our upcycling line and our sustainable line, but mainly our upcycling line.
Thank you.
Howard?
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're a B2C sustainable brand that rather than buying for others is creating your own material, and you're creating employment in prisons. So you got the story. But how do you solve for fashion? Because at the end of the day, people are going to buy fashion. So who in your team and how are you going to make sure you've got products that sell? And what is the global impact that you will have, which be other than being another sustainable fashion? The two questions.
I think it all can adjust to our value proposition, that it is not just the impact we're having on the environment by creating collections, but also the impact we are having on several lives while working with communities. So I think that's our main impact, that we have three pillars. Two of them is environmental impact, and the third is creating social impact.
I think to what Alexa said, based on numbers, we have already saved 6 tons of CO2 emissions with our sustainable materials strategy. And for our upcycling, just with one community for along the 1 year, we're going to save 250 kilograms of waste that will end up in landfills otherwise. So that's just one community. Just imagine, like, with 20,000 communities, what impact we can make around Mexico, but not only Mexico, but in the world.
Thank you so much, Team Kaya. Let's give them all a big round of applause for everything that they were able to achieve at the Hult Prize Accelerator and beyond. And let's take a moment and give a huge shout out to our friends at Tec de Monterrey in Mexico, one of our closest allies globally. Carla, how are you feeling?
I am excited. I can't believe we've already listened to 6 pitches. We still got a few more to go. But for now, we're going to ask everyone to join us in our 10-minute break. So we will be coming back at the hour 35, depending on where you are in your time zone. For me, that's 2:35. So a quick 10-minute break. We invite you to get some water, some stretching, run to the bathroom, and then we will see you back 10 minutes sharp. We will be starting with our next pitch, which will be Pop LLC. So Pop LLC, if you can start getting ready for that as well. We will see you all shortly.
All right. We hope you enjoyed your break. We're gonna go back to the pitching in 2 minutes. So if you're back, please have your camera on so we know that you're here. Good. Some of the judges are already here. Sophia, Vinod, Alden, thank you so much for an exciting first round of pitches and Q&As.
And if Pop LLC wants to start getting ready, if you could help us just raising your hand so that we can start pinning you to our screen. There you go. Perfect. Just a few more minutes and we will be ready to kick off.
Loving the music. We are loving the interactions, especially on YouTube. We see Anna saying hi to Team MiniArcs. We see Antonio shouting for Team Daiso. That will be the last team to pitch today. We see some of our experts and mentors in the chats. Scott is saying, great to see all of the innovations addressing the textile industry waste and healing the planet, wheeling from waste. Thank you to all of the experts who are here with us today, supporting the entrepreneurs. And that's it. That was 10 minutes of a break. We hope that you all refreshed, got some water before we go back to the show. Can invite Carla back on the stage to invite our next team.
Thank you so much, Hamdi. Welcome back, everyone. And get ready to be inspired by the next team. They've brought an incredible idea to life, an online clothing rental spot just for college students. Their journey began at George Washington University, and they then lit up the Boston Summit with their infectious smiles and high energy. While they didn't take home the prize, they left an unforgettable impression with their unstoppable passion, positive vibes, and their most epic sticker collection we've seen. We've heard thrift shops before, but get ready to be amazed with these women who are taking it a step further. They've created a thrift shop heaven, tailor-made for each university campus. Please help me giving a big round of applause to our Dynamites Pop LLC. Welcome on stage.
Hi, everyone. What a nice intro. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now, so I just need 1 second.
No worries. Take your time.
Okay.
And Rachel, if you want to do a quick mic check.
Yeah, thank you for that intro. That was I love our intro.
Okay.
Perfect.
We're all good on slides. Anna, you want to test your mic real quick?
Hi.
Okay, perfect.
You see, there are those smiles that I was talking about. Perfect. So if you are ready, I'm going to count you off in 3, 2, 1.
College students have the same relationship with fashion as the mass market has with plastic. Single use. Students treat fashion as single use because of pressure to match the ever-evolving trends. Now there are alternatives to single-use plastics, like reusable water bottles. We want college students to find an alternative to single-use fashion through POP.
Hi, our names are Anna, Rachel, and Maya, and we're the co-founders of POP LLC, a secondhand marketplace generating $25,000 since September 2021 and receiving $30,500 in prize funding.
We learned that George Washington University students lacked access to secondhand clothing due to price and proximity. Interviews revealed that 83% of GW students prioritized affordability and sustainability, and 52% valued accessibility. These helped us identify our target segment of fashionable, broke, and socially conscious students at urban universities searching for a community of like-minded shoppers.
We piloted 12 campus pop-ups in 2 years. Feedback from 192 exit surveys noted the sustainability and accessible location of campus events. To provide more access and curation based on feedback, we launched an online store. When we offered order pickup on campus, 83% of transactions used it. Now, we're pivoting the model to address obstacles of real estate, storage, and labor, and tailoring the customer experience.
We propose a new way to scale, an online peer-to-peer rental marketplace for college students organized by campus. On the digital platform, lenders will upload product photos and information. To curate, lenders will tag items based on trends and lifestyles, such as Y2K or brunch. Lenders and renters meet on campus for the exchange. Renting allows students to build a community of secondhand fashion with power of the peers.
POP offers value through accessibility, curation, and sustainability while creating a campus community. Competitors are not affordable for a student's budget, not curated for their lifestyle, and don't make an impact with their dollars.
POP targets SDGs 9, 12, and 13. We harness technology to mobilize future change makers, promote responsible consumption through circularity, and save environmental resources by not producing more clothing.
We'll first target students in 3 nearby colleges as platform beta testers. Upon developing the platform, we'll target students in the DC region before sharing it with the 15 million undergraduates in the US.
Lenders can receive either 50% of the rental revenue in store credit or 30% in cash. Our variable expenses include tech development, human resources, and quality assurance. We'll break even and make a profit between years 3 and 5 based on our base case and upside scenarios.
We'll reach customers through an omni-channel marketing approach. On-campus secondhand fashion events, such as a mending workshop, will promote the digital platform. Social media users will snap pictures at these events and share them with us using the hashtag #PopOff.
We polled POP's followers of multiple universities on Instagram and found that 57% of respondents would be interested in using a clothing rental platform. It appealed to students because they could afford clothing they wouldn't usually buy and save money by not buying for one-time uses. Also, respondents said they would rent for specific occasions, such as interviews and themed events. We've also gained traction through a letter of intent from the Office of Sustainability at GW to serve as a campus partner that hosts marketing events. 12,000 undergraduates comprise this school.
The team's diverse perspectives create holistic solutions. Anna will use her background to manage the platform. With my experience in campus event planning, I'll coordinate marketing events. And by combining theater and environmental studies, Maya will tell our sustainability story. Because we couldn't access sustainable fashion in college ourselves, we want to solve this for future students.
Today, we exist in an era of single-use fashion. With POP, we will enter a new future of reuse fashion. Thank you.
Congratulations, Team POP. Judges, who wants to kick us off? Vinod, please start.
2 quick questions. One was, how are you going to manage the rental piece of it, and how are you going to store the inventory and manage that to ensure that the stuff remains relevant over time? So there is the curation part, and also I believe you shifted to the pivot to rent was recent. Can you explain your logic behind that or your thought process?
Yes, of course. So the reason that we pivoted to this new rental model was because in our previous solution that we had pitched, there was all these issues, including real estate, storage, and human resources costs. So this creates a more lean model because this eliminates all of that. The clothing actually starts in the students' closets where they take pictures, upload it to our platform, and then they can rent out. They exchange with students on campus to make sure that the rental transaction is facilitated. Do you have anything else to add, Rachel or Maya?
I'll say for curation, what we're planning for the platform is that students, when they upload their items, they can put tags on them. So tag Y2K, as we said, and that will promote curation. On our end, we'll upload a bunch of pre-uploaded tags, but students can add their own, especially if they're looking for specific styles or gender identities, as we've gotten in previous Q&A sessions.
Perfect. Gemma?
Gemma, you're muted.
He's trying to get there. In the meantime, Alden, if you want to jump in.
Sure. So what prevents both the renters and the rentors from basically disintermediating you long term? So, there's an initial meeting between student A and student B. They rent on your platform. Ongoing, they now know who each other are. They could easily directly communicate with each other, share photos of their entire closets, and just cut their own deals and cutting POP out of it. So what prevents that from happening long term?
I think what would be preventing that long term is the sense of community, as well as the fact that they will still be making money from this. and they could pop out, but that would take away from the whole experience because secondhand fashion currently is much more of an individualistic experience. So we're really working on creating a community.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that people will always be uploading new stuff from their closet as well. So it's very hard for other students to keep up with that and continue getting that. They only have a certain amount of close friends that they can keep up with. And so this really broadens the community across campus. And so there's always newness. And we also have search engine optimization on our app or digital platform, which will have some of the newest trends at the tops, including Barbie core right now.
Gemma, do you want to jump in with your question that you had?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. So can you talk to me a little bit about quality control? I mean, we're talking about college students and making sure everything's clean and having that relationship built in case something happens to the product. How do you what's your risk mitigation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've definitely thought about that. The biggest thing that we'll be doing is financial penalties if certain things are not followed. So for instance, as you said, if an item, is not cleaned, and a student rents it out, they will, the lender will be charged for that. And then Maya, do you want to take off the further ones?
Sure. So in terms of other risks that we've expect, we recognize there might be safety risks as well if students encounter challenges while meeting up in person on campus. On the platform, users will have the option to report these safety concerns, and we can highlight more ideal spots on campus for students to meet up. Finally, our last main risk is an execution risk. We recognize that we're young and this is our first venture, and that there's a new
Thank you so much, Maya.
Thank you.
Apologies to Howard and Sophia that we didn't get time to ask your question. So if you want to go ahead and share it on the chat box so that they can follow up with you, that would be great, so that you don't lose your comments and your questions and your thoughts. Congratulations, Team Pup. Great presentation, great Q&A, amazing energy as always. Judges, we're going to take a few seconds to allow you to fill out your scorecard. Make sure that you have all of your notes, and kindly give me a thumbs up. Alden, thank you. You got head start. Perfect. So we're going to get ready to share the next team with you. And you are going to witness the true essence of diversity, which will be exemplified with this next team. They come from 4 different corners of the world: Guatemala, Mexico, India, and they're representing Japan at the Hokkaido University. Prepare to be amazed by Tikbal. These visionaries are taking fast fashion to a whole other level. They're using bicycle machines powered by the human body energy to recycle. And what's the outcome? Reusable cotton that can be transformed into traditional weighting or incredible furniture. Let's please give Tikbal a very enthusiastic welcome. I see Hamdi snipping his fingers.
Thank you. That was actually really nice. Thank you.
Hi, could you enable screen sharing, please? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Kosphere, will you be speaking as well if you want to do a quick mic check?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, I can hear you, mate. There we go.
We see your slides are loading.
Sorry. Wait 1 second.
No problem. Take your time.
Oh, 1 second. Yeah, just a second.
Sure. In the meantime, what time is it for you guys? I know it's pretty late in Japan.
Right now it's almost 11 p.m.
Well, we thank you for being with us. We love that diversity, not just in the participants, but also in the different time zones. But Tikbal, are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Perfect. So I'm going to count you off in 3, 2, 1.
We're Tikbal, and we are upcycling cotton and empowering Mayan communities. So she's Andrea. Andrea right now stopped working because she cannot compete against fast fashion. She's a traditional thread weaver, and she cannot compete because fast fashion is so big in Latin America, and a lot of waste comes back to these countries as secondhand clothes that cannot be sold because people don't have the means. This one. So she reached to Tikbal, and Tikbal says, hey, we can help you. We produce recycled cotton using green technology by empowering Mayan weavers and associations like you. And we do this by using their skills and using traditional trade weaving methods. Because this is the reality in Guatemala, the rural areas, that we use our green technology to help them develop. Next one. And the process is really fast. It's really easy. First, we use our recycle machines. Then we upcycle the cotton with 30% virgin cotton. And finally, this we give it to Mayan Association so they can create the threads and the clothes for our products.
And our business model is based on two streams. The first stream is B2B, where we design products directly for clients. And at present, we have almost a projected revenue of $2,400. And we also have a B2C stream where we sell the clothes on our website by subcontracting designers to design products. And by working with Tikbal, we are empowering these female communities and provide them a fair advantage to compete in the global market. Not only that, the products that they create have a QR code. And through that QR code, you will be able to see what the patterns mean and also who made those. So we have a transparent system. And compared to our competition, we offer a modern design, incorporating traditional elements while creating those through our recycled and upcycled materials. And lastly, we also share what these patterns mean. So the whole system is now transparent. And we are looking to target the $7.5 billion global ethical fashion industry, focusing especially on the female end users. Our final serviceable obtainable market would be focusing on 19 to 30-year-old women and accounts for 3.3% of the entire SAM.
And this is our first product or prototype. We have a client that makes traditional chocolate. We manufacture 25 bags by $2.5 per manufacturer, and we are expected to sell it at $6. We have a production of 400 bags if this goes well, and we expect $2,400 per month. And our second prototype, which is fashion bags, we're aiming to make it 100% recycled materials with our traditional cloth, and the finished prototype will come next month.
And here's our 3-year expansion plan. In the first year, we're expanding to another region in Guatemala. In the second year, we launch sales globally and expand to whole of Guatemala. And finally, in year 3, we set up a production factory to further expand. And lastly, we also plan to expand to Honduras and Mexico. And at the end of 3 years, we would have a financial revenue of $1.09 million and a gross profit of 67%.
And these are attractions. Basically, we have 11 women already working with us, 400 pounds of recycled cotton, and 25 prototypes already done.
Tikbal is the best team to do this because we have 3 years of experience working with these communities and we have a deep understanding of their problems. Especially me and Luis, we are descendants of these indigenous communities, so we can relate on a deeper level. So join us in upcycling cotton and uplifting rural communities in Guatemala and beyond.
Time's up, team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Judges, Aaron, we would love to hear from you.
Thank you. Great pitch so far. Really appreciate it. Quick question. So about the target market and obtainable market, is that a global market? And or is that localized to Latin America? And tell me, how are you going to obtain it and how can you scale to get there? Of course, there's a lot of manual work involved in the initial process. So what does your scaling process look like?
Ranja, or I take it?
You want to take it, Luis?
Yeah, I can take it. So basically what we found is like, sure, we have a lot of like manual work, but the difference is if we produce a product that goes to the high level people that can like afford it, we can create a high revenue model that actually can help both the communities and give a certain specific quality that the people is looking for. Right now, we're aiming as an international market because we believe expanding in United States and Canada that we have like fair treaty agreements where we don't pay taxes to import with all the Latin American communities that we can find in these places. Anything else, Ranja?
Oh yeah, and also Guatemala has a free trade agreement with some European Union countries as well. So we know that there is a market for sustainable fashion as well as ethical fashion. So we're looking to expand to those after USA and Canada.
Thank you so much for that answer, judges. Any other questions? Yes, Gemma.
So of that, of the, as you start thinking about going global, are you going to go from B2C to B2B, and what would that look like? Are you going to, yeah.
Yes. So right now we have two revenue models, but we aim to go to B2C because what we want to create is products that have all this knowledge and it's like a high-end product that we can sell and have a higher revenue than going to B2B. B2B is our way to start a business, but eventually everything will shift to a B2C model. And now the way that we can, yeah.
So you plan to set, if somebody orders in Europe, you plan to individually pack and send to each consumer. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. So like right now, our B2B model is giving these traditional bags to this traditional chocolate maker. Yet, because of the revenue and how we can actually help these communities, fashionable goods that are designed by the up-and-coming designers in Guatemala, and also include all these traditional Mayan textiles. This is a really good way to actually make a higher profit than just going to B2B.
Thank you.
And we have 53 seconds if any other judge wants to share. Yes, Sophia.
Yeah, so thank you. This is perhaps a follow-up question on Gemma's questions. Are you planning to compensate for all the transportations across the globe from a climate perspective?
Yes, actually, in that sense, from Guatemala to United States, they use these systems where families or people from rural communities go to United States and they can bring big packages or something. They just pick an extra. In this, this is actually used in the area of Chimaltenango where we are working. So we are planning to make like this treaty with this like a small system or like a small business to actually implement their way to transport goods. And hopefully we don't have to attain to like pay for a big for beer car.
Thank you so much, Luis. Time is up. You can continue your answer on the chat box. Yes. Congratulations, Tikbal.
Indeed, thank you. Great job, Tikbal. Judges, great job with those questions. I really don't want to be one of those startups. Talking about startups, we're getting ready for our 9th team of the day. The next team will be coming all the way from Mexico. We're staying in Latin America for a bit. The next team has an idea that is close to my heart personally and to a lot of hearts in our community. It's a team that has taken a heartfelt initiative to address an often overlooked challenge in the fashion industry. Take a moment and imagine not just the discomfort, but the diminished confidence one might feel simply because conventional clothing isn't designed with their needs in mind. Santila, we invite you on the stage to share with us how are you recognizing and rising to this challenge. Team Santila is not just about creating adaptive and accessible clothing, they're about instilling confidence and independence in those who might struggle with traditional fashion options. Santila, are you ready to tell us all about your business idea?
Yes, let me share my screen. And
I will can you hear me right? If not, I will turn off my camera.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Okay, then let me share my screen.
Looking at the judges. Judges, are you all ready for Santila's pitch? Okay, the judges are excited. Here we go. The timer is already on the screen. You will have 4 minutes.
Because it is going crazy. Okay. Now I'm ready. Fer, are you ready?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Santila is ready. The judges are ready. You have 4 minutes starting now.
Meet Arturo, my cousin. He's 24 years old and can dress by himself. He has a rare disease where his brain is not fully developed, and he struggled for years to find a job due to his disability. He hates to be treated differently and wants to be independent. Sadly, this isn't his choice. The society we live in is his biggest limitation. Whether it is where to work or what to wear, the options aren't there for him. Like Arturo, 34 million people in Mexico struggle to dress by themselves, and 70% of them are unemployed. That is why we created Santila, the first adaptive fashion brand in Mexico made for people with disabilities, employing people with disabilities.
Our mission is simple yet powerful: to provide stylish and functional clothing that empowers people with disabilities to embrace their style and express themselves confidently. Our clothing combines attractive design with functional features such as adjustable fasteners, easy dressing solutions, discrete pockets for medical devices, and patent pending identifiers. Our collection spans across various levels of accessibility based on different needs. But Santila is more than a brand. It's a movement to bring inclusion to the fashion industry, and our mission doesn't stop.
Team, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we can only see half of the screen, so we don't want that to jeopardize you. Our judge, Sophia, is also mentioning that that is the case for her. So we're going to ask you to restart just so that we can make sure that we can see the whole screen. We want to make sure that our judges don't miss out on any of the key information that you were sharing. Sorry, I muted you as well, Anna.
Sorry. Now
There we go.
Let me know if now you can see my screen.
Yes. You can start from the beginning to make sure that we don't lose anything. Perfect. Fernanda, do you want to do a quick mic check just to make sure that we can hear you as well? Okay. Can we hear you? If not,
yes, we can start from.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. We're going to start over in 3, 2, 1.
I think
Meet Arturo, my cousin. He's 24 years old and can dress by himself. He has a rare disease where his brain is not fully developed. He struggled for years to find a job due to his disability. He hates to be treated differently and wants to be independent. Sadly, this isn't his choice. The society we live in is his biggest limitation. Whether it is where to work or what to wear, the options aren't there for him. Like Arturo, 34 million people in Mexico struggle to dress by themselves, and 70% are unemployed. That is why we created Santila, the first adaptive fashion brand in Mexico, made for people with disabilities, employing people with disabilities.
Our mission is simple yet powerful: to provide stylish and functional clothing that empowers people with disabilities to embrace their style and express themselves confidently. Our clothing combines attractive designs with functional features such as adjustable fasteners, easy dressing solutions, discrete pockets for medical devices, and patent pending identifiers. Our collection spans across various levels of accessibility based on different needs. Santila is more than a brand. It is a movement to bring inclusion to the fashion industry, and our mission doesn't stop with us. That is why we're also working on developing Adaptec, a new AI-powered technology which analyzes and provides the correct design adaptations to other fashion brands. We're committed to sustainability. Go for. Sorry, I thought her Wi-Fi wasn't working. We use recyclable materials, compostable, and eliminate single-use items. And while we can go into having our own maquilas, we will only work with suppliers that comply with decent work, fair pay, and sustainability standards. With our current garment prototypes and approximate selling price of $40 per item, we obtain a gross profit margin of 69%. This pricing strategy aligns with our vision of offering affordable yet high-quality products, since people with disabilities in Mexico are part of the 2 lowest economic tiers. The adaptive clothing market is a rapidly growing industry with an estimated global market size of $250 billion. The demand for inclusive fashion is on the rise, driven by increasing awareness and advocacy for the disability rights. Our go-to-market strategy leverages multiple channels. We're building strategic partnerships with key players and social media engagement to create brand awareness and access our target audience. Our online store will serve as a direct-to-consumer sales channel, ensuring easy accessibility to our products, and our new technology will bring additional stream of revenue and secure a place in the market. Our product waitlist has received 200 submissions in 3 weeks, and we're proud to say that we have developed our prototypes hand in hand with people with disabilities. Our ongoing collaboration with organizations ensure that we gain real-world insights, thus our name Santila, which means work together in native dialect Nahuatl. In the next few months, we plan to launch our first collection, open our first product development workshop, as well as develop our new technology. In the long run, we plan to expand to Latin America, enter retail, and license our new technology to major fashion brands. This way, we stay true to our mission, as well as expand and scale our business. Our team comprises experienced fashion designers, business managers, and individuals with disabilities who bring firsthand knowledge and understanding of the challenges our customers face. We're thrilled to tell you that Arturo is no longer unemployed. He's the first member of our product development team, Hult Prize. Join us in the movement to bring true inclusivity to the fashion industry, and with your help, empower the Artures of the world. And I'm sorry that we had technical difficulties. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Santila. It is not easy pitching online. It's even harder to overcome the technical challenges when they come your way. And you did a great job keeping the pitch going. So huge congratulations for that. I'm sure the judges have seen it, noticed it, and appreciate it. Talking about the judges, we see Gemma raising her hand. So we'll go with the first question from you, Gemma.
Great. Thank you, guys. There are many different types of disabilities. You had pictures of people with prosthetics and people in wheelchairs. What are your first prototypes? I mean, what is your first, or do you have a couple of different designs that are going to go out immediately that can be used widely, or are you going to have to be some sort of, customized, create some customized products for different disabilities?
Yeah, currently we are develop our first collection around people who have limited mobility in their legs, mostly use wheelchairs, as you can see in our photos, those who are our models right now, but that's what we currently are working. We are currently developing that first line as a focus, and then expanding to other types of problems. We chose that because that is like the biggest segment of disability, just like to say it in a way, in Mexico. And we know we cannot provide solutions for all disabilities in only one garment. So that's why we are focusing on one solution per collection. And later we will develop, and which we are already working on, collections for people who use prosthetics and who have autism and need sensorial needs taken care of, and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you, Anna. Aaron?
I mean, there's obviously a need for this product in terms of the individuals that you're impacting, but where is the impact on fast fashion?
Yeah, we are working through our supply chain to do what it could be like small changes, but really affect the environment, such as the technology that we are using help us reduce waste while doing prototypes. And also the way when the clothes are made, it reduces the waste when it is being cut. Also, we're doing compostable packaging, and we're working with a company here in Mexico that use electronic cards to do the shipping. Regarding fast fashion, we're really careful of developing a clothing line, a collection that is like a wardrobe capsule, so people can have a lot of outfits from that collection and don't have to be buying a lot of clothes, and also ensuring that our clothes are to the needed quality for have a long life usage. As well as we are developing a recycling program with companies here in Mexico, where clients can bring old clothes and we will send them to these recycling companies, and we can offer our clients a discount by recycling their clothes.
Thanks, Anna. We have time for one last question that will be coming from Howard.
Yeah, I have a friend that was in this business. He sold it. It is a profitable business. It's called Silverts, Silverts, adaptive clothing footwear. Again, I'm still struggling, I'm sorry, with the impact Hult piece, because you're selling into an adaptive market. It's a phenomenal market. It's an admirable market. But how are you really going to change things dramatically from an impact perspective?
Well, first and most, impact when it comes to the impact that people feel, and when it comes to their self-esteem and independence, the time we can reduce the time they need to get dressed from 20 minutes to 5. Approximately, what's what we're testing, so that's what kind of impact. Also, another impact is job opportunities and reducing inequalities. We can provide job opportunities for people with disabilities in Mexico and offer a wage that is 92% above the living wage here in Mexico. So that's another way we can impact.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you, Santila. Mariam, we'll get your question with the next team. Judges, feel free to keep scoring and taking notes. And in the meantime, let's fly from the lands of Latin America all the way to Mama Africa. In Egypt, they call their country Omedunya, which means the mother of the world. This team will represent that country where we have a prize community. Effect, we see you getting ready. I want to mention before giving you the mic to pitch that Effect won a national competition organized by the Ministry of Higher Education in Egypt a couple of months ago. And that's one of the reasons that made them make it to the Hult Prize Global Accelerator today. We're excited to see you pitching. The judges are looking forward to hear from you. Are you ready?
Thank you for introducing.
Jasser, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, you hear me clear right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hannah, let's do a quick mic check.
Yep, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Will it be just the two of you pitching?
Yeah, yes, and Gasser Gabler is in the room, but we will pitch.
We can see your screen. Judges are ready.
Okay.
We're set. Let's start in 3, 2, 1.
I'm excited to present Ethics. We redefine vegan panel production, so we're proposing textile waste innovation. But why board panels? Board panels are necessary in a lot of industries like furniture, interior, packaging. But behind these industries are environmental issues that have reached to increase carbon emissions every year and cutting a lot of trees. Ethics introduced a groundbreaking solution, a fusion of discarded textiles and innovative vegan-based resin to transform board panel production in just 3 stages. Our solution begins by sorting textile waste from diverse suppliers, including waste management companies, factories, and clothing banks. All types of fibers are accepted in our comprehensive approach to waste management. Through automated machines, the discarded clothes are transformed into small parts, preparing them for the next step. The panel formation process starts by blending the discarded clothes with planet-based resin that is biodegradable, oil-free, and recyclable. This blended mixture is subjected to a 20-minute hot pressing procedure, solidifying it into a durable vegan board panel. To secure and validate our novel vegan material, we registered a utility provisional patent at the United States Patent and Trademark Office for our unique manufacturing process. We've also subjected our products to mechanical and chemical testing to ensure their top-notch quality. Our materials surpass market standards in strength and weight, offering humidity resistance, vertified bacteria protection. This ensures your investment lasts while maintaining lower manufacturing costs. In a market where fully wood sectors valued exceed 354 billion, our competitive edge isn't just about entering, it's about redefining. We deliver products that excel in terms of quality, affordability, and sustainability. As we offer half the price, double the durability and strength compared to what exists in the market. We firmly believe that quality and affordability go hand in hand. Effect growth strategy unfolds in 5 stages. Phase 1 focuses on product development and scaling the pilots for increased production. Phase 2 involves market penetration, while Phase 3 expands nationally to calibrate with local brands. In Phase 4, we target global scaling through B2B partnerships, including selling vegan panels to furniture market leaders like IKEA and Western. Finally, in Phase 5, we introduce new AI and virtual reality-driven products.
Our journey started by securing $1,900 funding in Hult Prize Egypt. Our innovation is patented at the US, and we have registered companies in UK and Egypt. So TV ads and strategic alliances, we have made significant progress, and we're poised to embrace the opportunities that lie ahead of us with our partners. We have successfully launched 2 sets of prototypes, generating $750 in revenue. Our panels already exist in part of Furniture in Alexandria Beach and in Buldumioti Furniture. At Epic, we believe in creating a circular product that intercepts our impact with a supply chain. As in every board panel we produce, it reduced over 152 kilograms of CO2. Our impact goes beyond the environment. By 2027, we aim to create 500 jobs. And with collecting 4,000 tons of textiles, we will reduce over 3,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. We are proud to collaborate with Alma and the Egyptian Clothing Bank, receiving a generous weekly supply of 50 kilograms of textile waste for less than $1 per kilogram. Additionally, we have partnered with Buldumioti Furniture, the first manufacturer to utilize our innovative material. What sets our team apart is the dynamic fusion of engineering expertise with textile production, coupled with a strong legal and administration foundation and sustainability. It's important to note that sorting of these clothes is carried out by women from the charity who lend their time and effort to our cause. Our ultimate goal is to empower them as valued members of our team. Join us in this journey where we turn waste into empowerment.
Right on time. Thank you so much, Team Effect. We'll follow up with 4 minutes of questions from our judges. I invite the judges to raise their virtual hands if they want to go for it. And let's go with Sophia.
Thank you, guys. Can you tell us a bit more about the production process? How do you produce a board, for example?
Okay, let me clarify that. First of all, like we said in the presentation, we start Effect by receiving textile waste, then we're shredding textile waste. Third part, we make a panel formation. First, we receive this textile waste from various suppliers like waste management companies, garment manufacturers, and the clothing bank to our inventory. Second part is shredding process. We accept any kind of fibers of clothes is allowed, then to shred them in the mixture of shredded fibers. And the final process is to blending and max shredding textile waste with a plant-based resin, oil-free, plant-based, biodegradable, and also recyclable. And then we hot press this mixture in 20 minutes to finally get the final product of board panels on vegan board panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasser. Rodrigo.
First of all, congratulations. I have 2 questions. First of all, can you talk a little bit more about your team? And can you also explore a little more about how you're going to move forward if you receive the money? What's going to happen? How can you speed up your process of launching your company?
Okay, I can jump in. So first, our team consists of 3 partners, me, Hannah, and Gasser, and other Gasser. So Gasser is our visionary leader, and the other Gasser is the one who's responsible for production. And I'm responsible for financials, and I ensure everything runs smoothly. So this is about the part of our team. Okay, if we get the funds, the first thing we will do is product development. We need the funds because this type of production that we do, we need huge machines for it, which will require a capital of money. So this is the first thing. And then we will expand on a national base, like in Egypt, in the Middle East. And that's how we're gonna spread the things up. It's gonna be producing and then marketing and then expanding in the MENA region. Did I make this clear?
Thank you, Hannah. Vinod, why don't you take the last question, Howard and Alden, we'll see if we have time for you.
2 quick questions. One is, how are you able to create such a big cost differential with your competitors? I think it's in a previous slide. And 2, do you have any other source of sustainable competitive advantage?
Okay. Let me describe this because we already get the waste and there is a lot of amounts of textile waste in the landfills. So we took something was that 1 kilogram cost 10 kilogram cost of $0.85. So this we have free supplying, and also the biopolymer paste we use. We, in our ways to make a partnerships with the leaders companies in this industry to take this biopolymer with low cost. So this is the differentiation between our process and manufacture process between effect panels and wood panels. This is about sustainability. We as we use plants in our panels, textile waste, and all our process is sustainable, like we said in the due diligence. As well, the wood panels use a lot of.
The time is up. Thank you, Jesser. Team Effect, you still have one question in the chat box from Alden, so we invite you to look at it and put an answer right there. Great work, Effect. You've been receiving some support from Mahmoud Tariq on the YouTube live stream. We see a lot of support coming Strawberry's way. We wish them a good luck. They will be pitching in the second round of the day. Carlita, what is the next team that we have?
We have our next team coming up right before the break. We have one more team, and then we're going to go into our lunch break, which will be 1 hour long. Judges, how are we doing with our scorecard? See, a few people are still working on it. Alden is good to go. Perfect. So I'm going to give you a few more seconds as we ask the next team to start getting ready. If you could just raise your hand on the camera that you want us to pin. I know that you're together. Perfect. So let's turn our attention to a team that is literally wrapping up the future of fashion in a sustainable way. Innovious, with roots in India and nurtured in the prestigious Cranfield University of the United Kingdom, is challenging the norm. They've seen the environmental cost of traditional packaging and said, wait, there's a better way of doing this. Offering biodegradable and composable solutions, they ensure that our love for fashion doesn't cost the earth. With Innovious, every unboxing is not just a joy to us, but a promise to our planet. Please welcome Team Innovious.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the lovely introduction. That was really nice. And we're all pumped up and ready. We are all in the same room, so we're going to just put one device on mute. And yeah.
You want to do a quick mic check just to make sure that we can hear everyone in the room?
So we're just using one. Everyone, if you want to just say something.
Exactly.
Hi.
Hello. I'm audible. I think we hear everyone loud and clear. So if we're ready, I can count you out. Best of luck, team. And you can start in 3, 2, 1.
Innovious is revolutionizing fashion packaging by making truly sustainable and scalable inner packaging solutions from Erica nut sheath. We aim to help fashion brands meet growing demand for sustainable packaging and replace plastic-based inner packaging. Although such packaging is an essential part of the 100 billion garments we produce annually, end consumers discard these after purchase. At Innovious, we use naturally fallen leaves from Erica nut trees, which are grown widely in Southern and Southeast Asia as a raw material. These trees shed their leaves 6 times a year, and these fallen sheets are considered waste and typically burnt by farmers, causing hazardous air pollution. We prevent this and instead use these sheets as a raw material to manufacture our packaging products, which are 100% biodegradable, durable, water-resistant, and can withstand temperatures of at least 90 degrees Celsius. This time-tested and well-researched material is being used to make plates and cutlery for the past 10 years. And this enables Innovious to offer a ready-to-scale solution today. Our solution also outcompetes plastic alternatives on being biodegradable in just 100 days and reduces energy consumption in manufacturing by 99%. For a pilot study, within just 4 weeks, we have secured letter of intents of almost $500,000 from 15 global fashion brands, developed 8 product prototypes over 3 cycles, and these are well received by our target customers. We have established strategic partnerships with experienced manufacturers to fulfill our beachhead market demand and targeted impact partners to fulfill our social impact objectives. We are using a B2B business model whereby we initially outsource our manufacturing process to experienced sheath product manufacturers in India and work on a made-to-order basis with them. Subsequently, we directly supply these products to our premium eco-conscious fashion brands or their manufacturing units in Southeast Asia. We maintain our contractual agreements and get paid directly by fashion brands.
From the fashion industry itself, we are strongly positioned to capture our SOM target of $200 million in 7 years. We also have a phenomenal opportunity to reduce significant plastic from other sectors, which will boost our revenue stream. An immediate next step from October 23 is starting manufacturing and fulfilling the current demand of 8 million pieces in the next 6 months. Our go-to-market strategy is focused on direct sales. Also, we are registered to set up our presence at the Milan Fashion Show and London Packaging Week. Also, we are presenting at the G20 Startup Showcase next month. We are using such platforms to approach and establish long-term exclusive partnership with premium and luxury brands. We have solid business fundamentals with a strong gross profit margin of 58%, a robust 300% year-on-year growth potential, and we can profitably achieve our targets. We are aligned with SDG 12 by emphasizing sustainable consumption through biodegradable packaging to reduce plastic waste and by fostering resource-efficient manufacturing with SDG 9. While implementing our solution, we will be reducing approximately 3.6 million tons of carbon in total, which advocates our contribution towards SDG 13. This all is possible with our strong team of 5 co-founders with a combined experience of 38 years and expertise in manufacturing, operations, marketing, and product development. Our advisory panel is providing us with a significant boost with their expertise in fashion industry and B2B market space across Western countries. At Innovious, we are driving global impact through our sustainable packaging solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, team. I see Devisi already has his hand up. Viva, can we go ahead and restart the time? And Devisi, you can kick us off.
All right. Thank you very much. 2 questions. The first is, do you have any patents to protect you from competition or to create a moat around this idea? That's 1. 2 is, do you have an areca tree plantation? How are you sourcing the leaves, and how do you guarantee your own supply chain? Over to you.
So I'll answer the first question regarding. So we have applied for a design patent. Since our product is uniquely designed for the appearance to match the fashion industry standards using areca nut sheet, we are applying for the design patent in India, and it's in process right now.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Next question I'm taking care of. In terms of raw material, India is like having 64% of whole production in the world of areca nut sheet. And at this time, it's like all the research and everything says, and as per the government of India data, only 20% is being utilized by cutlery industry and other industry. So, I mean, like we are actually having available this around 80% of the material. Thank you.
Yes, Aaron.
Yeah, there might be 80% of the material in India, but I think, can you answer the question, how will you get it? And what is the cost? And are there changes to that cost? And have you actually accounted for that in your model?
I'll take that question. Thank you. So the way we source this material is that farmers typically collect these and burn them. So the plate and cutleries that are being manufactured at the moment, the manufacturer sources directly from the farmers, which are located in a very concentrated part in India, where more than 58% of the areca nut production happens in India in one state. So we are locating in that area as well. That's one answer. The second thing is, at the moment, the prices are very low. We are not entirely sure because at the moment we are outsourcing the material, outsourcing our manufacturing. And our costs cover all the costs, including manufacturing, sourcing the material, and transportation as well.
Aaron, any follow-up question or you're good? Perfect. Mariam, we can go to you now.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask the question again, just in another way. So how many tons or whatever you need to actually produce X amount of your products, right? Because this is where we're getting. So if there is a current supply right now, if you scale, if you start producing, if you start exporting, you need to secure more. This is where we're heading with the question. So what are your expectations, your growth, and so on?
Yeah. Okay. So actually, it's like we have done all the calculation on the basis of average size of our products, because there are like different sizes we are having, and on the basis of dimension available of the Erica shape, we done the calculation, and year on year basis, whatever the production as per our SOM, whatever production we are going to do. So we did that calculation and how much we are going to utilize this seed year on year basis. So here you can see the calculation. We can, it's like in total, we are going to use 1.3 billion sheets in like 7 years. I hope this answered your question.
And just to add on, there is a huge supply of Argonaut sheet as well. Annually, there's more than 1 billion sheets being produced naturally, which fall off trees in India alone. And we are using 1.3 billion over 7 years. So the resource availability is large.
Okay, but the condition of it, like since the time it is being like disposed or whatever, when you collect it, you reserve it, do you keep it, do you immediately use it for production? So these kind of questions that you need to keep. Anyways, the time is up, so we'll kind of continue that later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Innovious, we invite you to answer the question on the chat box. Judge Aaron, I also saw you had your hand raised, so if you had an additional question, feel free to add it to the chat box. Hamdi, what's up next?
Well, a well-deserved break is up next. But before we do that, a huge shout out to our community that is joining us on YouTube. We see a lot of campus directors, volunteers, some supporters of the startups, and most importantly, some of our experts and mentors who are asking if they can have more information about the team. So I invite our experts team to share with Scott and our experts community the Meet the Startups document where we can find more information. Great job to all of the startups that pitched today. We've seen 11 presentations. We're halfway through the day. We'll take a 1-hour break and then we'll come back for the rest 11 teams before we invite the judges for to start considering the startups that will move to the 6 in Paris. With that in mind, I invite you all to go ahead and go have a dinner, go have lunch, take a break, or take a nap if you want to. We'll see you in exactly 1 hour, 4:30 Lisbon time. So yeah, see you in 60 minutes. you all. We hope you enjoyed your break. We will be starting in exactly 7 minutes from now. So get ready. The show is about to kick off again. Okay, 5 minutes and we get going. It's great to see that Argonauts are already in the room with their cameras on. We're excited to hear your pitch. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, few of those like pre-show jitters. Ready, yo, we're excited. We're ready. We got it. We're ready. We had our coffees.
Love it. Love the energy. I hope everyone in this room is as excited as you are.
Us too.
Cool. Let's give everyone 4 more minutes before we kick off the show. In the meantime, I invite our right. Judge Rodrigo is here. Gemma is ready. You know that Aaron is also ready. Sophia is all set. Thank you for joining us back, Sophia. Let's check on the BC. Alden. Give them a couple of seconds. BC is ready to go. Okay. Waiting for a thumbs up from Alden and Mariam. Mariam is in the room. All right. We see that Argonaunts are ready. We also invite Motors to get ready because they're going next after Argonaunts. All right, experts team, we're waiting for a green light to get started. The teams are ready. We need a confirmation to make sure that all of the judges are here before we ask Carla to kick us back off. Thank you all for being on time. We will delay the kickoff by a minute or two. We're waiting for a judge or two to join us. We're solving some technical challenges before we invite Argonauts to the stage. Stay tuned.
Please be aware that chat seems to be disabled at this time. Thank you for enabling that.
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break and you are as excited as we are to dive into the second half of our presentation. What a ride it has been so far.
Absolutely, Carla. The first part of the day was amazing. The first 11 teams have already showcased their outstanding talents, innovative solutions, and heartwarming missions. Guess what? We're just getting started. We have 11 more amazing teams waiting in the wings to present their groundbreaking ideas.
That is right. But before we embark on the next exciting half of the day, let's remind ourselves of the guidelines. Each team has exactly 4 minutes to present, followed by a 4-minute Q&A from our judges. Judges, no need to remind you once again to keep score of the teams and make notes of anything you want to share with them afterwards. And for teams, don't forget to also keep track of your favorite because you will be casting your vote for your top 6 teams.
For our wonderful audience joining us on YouTube, don't forget to keep your, for our audience here on Zoom, don't forget to keep your mics on mute so every team can present without interruptions. Remember, this is their moment and every bit of focus and encouragement counts. Have your cameras open if you can so we can see your contagious smiles.
Absolutely. And to our online viewers, make sure you are settled in comfortably because you won't want to miss out on a second of this. We also want to remind you to engage with us on social media, tagging us at Hult Prize, and also tagging your favorite teams when you post. We want to keep the conversation buzzing and show these teams some love.
Love it. Love the energy on the YouTube chat. Keep it going. We're not just here to witness great ideas. We're here to celebrate the spirit of innovation and determination. Each of these teams is a testament to what can be achieved when passion meets purpose. They're all a great testament of what the Hult Prize Foundation stands for.
With that, let's reset our energies and get ready for the exhilarating second half of today's event. To all our teams, take a breath, break a leg, and to our audience, sit back, relax, and prepare to be inspired.
Let's invite our next team to the stage. Team number 12, coming from the diverse tapestry of Nepal, America, Indonesia, and India, and honed at Columbia University. We have Argonaunts. They're not just changing the game, they're reinventing it by transforming sugarcane waste into polyester, a bio-based alternative to polyester. Argonauts, the stage is all yours. Let's do some mic checks.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, can you see the
all
screen?
Loud and clear. We love the virtual backgrounds. Presentation is clear on the screen. Ready to pitch?
Yes.
Amazing. The floor is yours in 3, 2, 1.
We are taking fossil fuels out of the fashion industry. We are the Argonauts, a biotech startup transforming polyester one fiber at a time. Do you know how much oil is in your closet? 60% of our clothes are made of polyester, which is made of fossil fuels. Polyester waste is toxic to the environment and leaches into the water we drink and air we breathe. Who's solving the polyester problem? Us, the Argonauts. We met at Columbia and have backgrounds in biotech, fashion, and manufacturing. 2 team members are biotech wizards with 4 years working on PET alternatives. 3 of us have over a decade of experience in fashion. With family and manufacturing, we are the team with the skills and experience to transform the industry. So we are Xing out fossil fuels from fashion by reinventing polyester with polyester. Simply, we take our novel process of turning sugarcane waste into polymers in bacteria, which we spin into thread, matching properties of polyester like strength. Our product, polyester, is low impact. We emit 80% less carbon than polyester. We are fully biodegradable, and it fits into existing textile machines. We are part of the circular economy. We take agricultural waste, spin that into thread that can be recycled and biodegrades in water or landfill. We align with the SDGs, and replacing 1% of polyester, we take out fossil fuels and save 365,000 tons of polyester from the landfill and 5,000 tons of microplastics from the ocean. To put that in perspective, that's 16 million Barbies.
There is an opportunity to gain $540 million just by addressing 1% of the polyester market. Just 1%. We are a B2B business and our main product is the polyester thread. So how are we going to enter the market? We have partnerships with local textile manufacturers for our thread, and with contacts at premium brands, we will target these companies as we grow. We're a premium priced product with a 74% contribution margin. We will be able to match the price of recycled polyester by year 5 and polyester by year 7 as we continue to scale and grow. We want to lead the fashion industry into the next generation. By being based in India, we have access to the second largest textile market of the world. Polyester seamlessly merges into the existing infrastructure, and there is abundance of our raw material at low costs. We're a fully women-founded company, and that should allow us to exploit some favorable policies. Our fabric is superior to other materials. It is completely biodegradable and does not use fossil fuels even as binding agents. It is not intense on water and carbon resources.
The future of fashion is next-gen materials. $450 million was invested last year with 20% in biotech materials. There is a gap in the market for polyester replacement, and investing in next-gen material like ours is key to shifting the world away from relying on fossil fuels. We are an early-stage biotech startup and we're currently in our prototype and R&D stage. We'll be finalizing our MVP and applying for a patent by 2024. Zooming into our traction, our partnership with biotech company Dharaksha will set us up to scale for our pilot with Lukla, the outdoor clothing company. We will also gain traction with our partner Richie later, the second largest polyester supplier to Europe, to reach our 5-year milestones and supply to premium brands like Pangaya and Philip Lim. That being said, biotech R&D is capital intensive and we would need your funding to move forward. We know that the long-term impact of our product is enormous. With support from Hult, we can focus on the next stage of R&D and scaling faster and better. While others are focusing on part of the problem, we are fixing the root cause of the process, and hence our vision is much grander. We would love for Hult to support us as we're looking for the right investors to spearhead this change. Fashion is a manufacturing industry. To transform it, you just have to change the thread. Thank you so much. Let us know if you have any questions.
Lovely pitch, Argonauts. Thank you so much for being on time. Let's kick off the Q&A with Oloti.
Thanks, team. So just to be clear, currently you don't have an MVP yet. You said you're looking at developing that later this year. Have you been able to produce any thread or cloth out of your PHA at this point?
I can take that question. Thank you. So we have been able to show our proof of concept. That is, we have been able to show proof of PHP production. We are currently working on scaling this process so that we can make it into thread. But as of now, we've shown a tremendous yield of PHA production, and we're working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vinod.
So how do you plan to stay alive by the time you are able to match competitor prices in year 4 or 5?
Yes, so that's a great question. And something that we've kind of, mapped out into our financial models and we really looked into. So we work with the contributional margin because we are a large CapEx heavy industry. So we really compare our variable costs. So for us to be able to compete and stay alive as we grow with economies of scales, we're able to change our variable costs. And as our largest cost is our feedstock, which is a waste product, as we grow, we know that cost will decrease. So that's how we're able to match the prices.
Thanks, Elsa. Rodrigo's up next.
Hi, congratulations. Can you elaborate more on exactly what is the raw material you're going to be using, how you're going to secure a sustainable supply chain of such raw material, and how much do you need to produce a ton of your polyester product?
Yeah, so I can take that, and maybe Elsa, you can add to that. So we are trying to use sugarcane waste that we would get from bioethanol plants. And we want to use sugarcane waste because it is rich in, because our research has shown that this waste can give a high yield of PHA production. And it is economically feasible for us because we have already partnered with bioethanol plants and agreed on a good price point. And Elsa, I'll let you add to that.
Yeah, just to add a few numbers to that. So with 1 ton of the industrial molasses, we get 5 kilograms of PHA. When we've mapped out what we would be needing in the demand in the first couple of years, we're only scratching maybe 1% of total industrial molasses that's produced. 61 million cubic meters are produced every year. So currently we have one partnership with one bioethanol, but as we expand and need further demand, we see that there is a need for what to do with this waste. And that's where we come in.
Okay. Howard?
Thank you. Yeah, you've talked in the past about pellets and yarn. Are you sticking to yarn, or you're still looking at pellets as well, or just yarn?
So we're doing both, and that is in our business proposal. But for us, our largest revenue driver and our biggest entry to market is the thread. The more forward you are in the supply chain, the more increase in revenue you receive, or increase in profit.
Oh, that's cool. I like to focus on what, because there's different competitors for each.
Yes.
So if we focus on yarn, who are the other alternatives that can basically either mimic you, copy you? I know pricing is a question that I had as well. You sort of talked about it. How long can you sustain as a premium pricing? All of those questions.
Absolutely. So we mapped out premium pricing till about year 4, where we can drop into RPET. And in that case, we would already starting to enter the market and have our pilot and a few customers. Competitive landscape, there are very few direct competitors in this field. So Mega Materials is one. So comparing with them, time's up.
Thank you,
but,
Elsa.
but we
Thank you
match.
so much, Argonauts. Mariam, Jama, if you have follow-up questions, you can call the teams back later on. All right, Carlita, I think we're getting ready to announce another team.
Correct. And we are going to keep the momentum of powerful and inspirational all-female businesses with our next team. I just want to make sure that our judges have enough time to write down their scores, write down all their notes. Congratulations, Team Argonauts. It's so incredible to see the progress that you've made from hearing you pitch the very first time at the Boston Summit to now. Judges, how are we doing? I see Gemma's still really focused on her scorecard, so I'm going to give her a few more seconds. Don't worry, take your time. You want to make sure that you have all the notes that you need. In the meantime, I'm going to ask the ladies from Mood Source to start raising your hand so that our team is ready. Perfect. I see thumbs up from our judges. Perfect. Thank you so much. And I have to say, it is a true privilege to share this stage, even if it's virtually, with these incredible Latina powerhouses. Join me in welcoming Natalie Constanza and Maria Fernanda, as well as Dancy, as they introduce to you Mood Source. Their platform is a game changer, creating 360-degree connections and services within the fashion industry, all aimed at making production processes transparent and sustainable. Please, let's give them a very warm welcome. Can we do a quick mic check to make sure that we can hear you all?
Yeah. Hello. Can you listen? Can you hear well?
Yes. We
Hi, can you
see
hear me?
your slides. Yes, Natalie, we can see as well. I believe your slides are loading, correct?
Yeah.
There we
There we
go.
go.
Are we
Okay.
all ready?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm going to count you off in 3, 2, 1.
The fashion industry will continuously produce new garments, but what if we could make the process more sustainable and with a better impact? For years, the communication in the fashion industry has been a tremendously big issue, leading to so many other issues in the supply chain, such as lack of transparency, opportunities, and fair labor. Our research revealed that over 88% of people in the industry consider there's a lack of good communication between players, while other 92% see a big importance in having a platform with communications and connections. And 71% of consumers want to know where and how their clothes were made. With this in mind, let us introduce you to Mozers, the online yellow pages for the fashion industry, the go-to platform to find the most sustainable solutions in all the supply chain. Mozers facilitates the different stages of the fashion industry by providing a subscription-based network connecting entrepreneurs with manufacturers and suppliers. We're a B2B business looking to streamline operations and information, helping fashion entrepreneurs find the right resources and partners, as well as necessary tools for their business and production. The idea is simple. Just register and start browsing. Users can easily filter garment types, quantities, and locations to find profile with detailed information, product sample pictures, and workplace conditions for each manufacturer and supplier. And we also offer tech tools, tech pack, and a fabric directory for entrepreneurs and designers. Our service blueprint is meticulously crafted, not only to offer an optimal experience, but also to promote transparency and time efficiency while sourcing. We mainly target entrepreneurs who are starting or expanding their fashion business with a focus on sustainability, as well as manufacturers and suppliers that are looking for job opportunities and visibility. Our serviceable obtainable market is valued at over $500 million, positioning us for substantial growth. And our go-to-market strategy is structured around our regional and global marketing initiatives that are tailored to the specific customer profiles according to our expansion plan. On our private beta phase, we have successfully onboarded 50 users out of 300 applicants. And in just 6 months, Mozers has achieved significant traction, with over 1,000 website visits and a database of more than 2,000 subscribers and potential suppliers, and a team of advisors and professionals from different areas, as well as partnerships and alliances that are validating and fortifying the platform and the business idea. Unlike our competitors who only cover specific needs and regions, Mozarts will stand out with a greater value proposition and a wider geographical coverage, complementing with subscribers' benefits, such as discount with suppliers, payment installments, a loyalty program, and a referral code system. Our revenue are based on subscriptions, commissions on transactions, and on affiliate links. And additionally, we later plan to introduce a sustainability rating service that will enhance our value proposition even further. Keeping all this in mind, we plan a geographical growth year by year, and the revenue projection for the 5th year is of $10.6 million. We plan to allocate 24% of the $1 million prize during the 1st year. This will be distributed in mainly product development, but also in marketing initiatives, new talent acquisition, and CAPEX. Mozarts not only benefits entrepreneurs, but it also gives government makers the opportunity to have visibility. We're committed in creating social, environmental, economical impact across the industry, uniting with the UN SDGs 8, 9, and 12. We're a passionate trio with diverse background in fashion, marketing, international trade, public relations, and sustainability. So join us in rewriting the rules of fashion and embracing connections that lead us towards a future of transparency and sustainable solutions. Let's redesign the fashion industry and make a lasting impact. Mozarts, a new way to make fashion.
Congratulations, team. Great job. We're going to switch it over to the judges. Gemma, do you have a question?
Yes, great. So you mentioned that you're going to create a sustainability rating. What ratings are you using now? And just a question to add on top of that, how are you recruiting your companies, the suppliers and stuff? Are they meeting a certain criteria? Do you turn people down who don't meet that criteria?
Okay, so thank you for your question. So for the first part, we're right now, since we're starting in Paraguay, we're partnering with one certification for sustainable fashion, for the sustainable fashion industry. It's called Moda Sostenible. So we're working on a partnership with them for them to help us with a certification for each manufacturer and supplier that we have as a part of our platform. And to answer your second question, yes, we have a form that every applicant has to fill out. They fill out with all the detailed information about their workplace conditions, the amount of machines that they have, the amount of people, type of products that they make, everything. And then we do 2 verifications. The first verification is just check if all the informations are in. And the second verification is to actually validate that the information that they give, it's true. So they will be able to be on the website as soon as they fill out everything, but they will have the verification check in their profile whenever we were validating their data, their application, you can say.
Thank you for that answer. Mariam, do you have an additional question? I saw you were nodding there with Gemma.
Yes, indeed, because their idea, first of all, nice pitch and good job. You were mentioning that you are connecting only sustainable solutions, right? And that's your aim. So you're just targeting those that are doing sustainability. And then you were saying that you are still developing the rating system for sustainability. And then now you're saying you're going to be able to help them certify or get certified later on. So I need to get a definite answer. Are you aiming to get those on board that are already sustainable? And then your backcheck has to have a solid partner to validate, right? And if so, what kind of criteria are you using? And this, again, it's an echo of Emma's question. So I need an answer. At which stage are you going to start the rating? And if you're starting with only sustainable businesses, what are your standards and criteria for sustainability to avoid greenwashing? Because just asking companies to fill a form and say that's sustainable, you need someone to validate that. Who's going to do that?
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to expand on my answer according to your question. Thank you for your question. So yeah, but we're not like we're opening the. So our main focus first is connections. We want people to be able to connect and give work opportunities to the manufacturers and the suppliers. And our second pillar is our second phase is the sustainability rating. We're planning to implement officially the sustainability rating at the second half of the 1st year. So after the 6 first months to have an official certification. But at the beginning, our main focus is connections. So actually giving the opportunities and the visibility to suppliers and manufacturers and all that. And we are mainly targeting suppliers that are already producing alternatives to the normal textiles and trims and everything that you need for the fashion, for the supply chain.
Perfect. We have just under 15 seconds. So Howard, if you want to quickly just ask your question so that the team can answer it on the chat box.
Business plan. I understand the benefit for the suppliers because it's like free advertising. I think you're pricing too low. If I'm a buyer, I'm gonna basically get my button, my zipper, and my material once, and I'm never gonna come back and pay a subscription. How does that affect your business model?
Perfect. Thank you so much, team. Congratulations. And if you want to go ahead and just share the details of your answer on the chat box.
Congrats, Motors. Judges, thank you for your questions. As usual, give us a thumbs up when you're done scoring. In the meantime, we want to ask our next team to get ready. Let's invite to the stage Kosphere. This team is as international as it gets. Their entrepreneurs represent South Africa, Australia, Tunisia.
Hamdi's on mute.
I believe you're on mute.
Oh, rookie mistake. Apologies for that. I was actually calling Team Kosphere to the stage, and I was saying that this team is as international as it gets. They represent South Africa, Australia, Tunisia, India, and Saudi Arabia. How crazy is that? This team will not only bring the word to you through their diverse cultures and backgrounds, but they will also bring a solution that will save this planet one cotton plan at a time. Kosphere, welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Sharik, we can see you. Let's do a mic test to see if we can hear you. All right, Kosphere. We still cannot hear any.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We do hear you, Andrea, yes.
Great.
Will it be just
it's
you?
the wonder of technology. We always wonder when it's going to work.
Yeah, you would imagine that after COVID, after 2 years of virtual work, we would get this, but we still do. Andrea, will you be pitching alone, or will you have someone else from your team?
I will be pitching alone this evening.
Amazing. We can see your screen. If you're ready, we can go.
All right.
All right.
Ready?
Are you ready, Andrea?
Yes. Go. Ever wonder who grew the cotton for the shirt you're wearing today, or how they impact the fashion industry's ability to become sustainable? The apparel industry consumes 63% of the world's annual cotton, and India is the world's largest producer. We at Kosphere cottoned onto the fact that in order to forge sustainability, we need to solve for problems at the root to make the vertical whole. Cotton production faces two major challenges. Farmers grapple with debt and poverty, and crop waste burning increases CO2 emissions, which derails net zero goals. We implement carbon projects delivering true social and environmental impact. When buying our credits, high emissions companies or brokers empower farmers with nature-based solutions, which actively drive carbon capture, furthering their own net zero goals. Farmers receive a secondary source of income, which also ensures sustainable cotton production. We use technology to track carbon capture and implement nature-based solutions to enhance it. As a nature-based solution, biochar disposes of cotton waste in a zero oxygen environment, and that cuts emissions, revitalizes the soil, boosts moisture retention, and it's cost effective. All data will go through an independent audit, and carbon credits are issued for sale to high emissions companies. As the carbon credit market is set to hit 10 billion by 2030, we're primed for sustainable growth and significant environmental impact. By engaging just 4,000 of the 4.2 million farmers in 3 provinces, we can generate over 12 million in revenue over 5 years. Compared to our competitors, we have greater social and sustainable impact. We are in talks with potential partners like Better Cotton to streamline farmer onboarding and market entry. We will connect with credit buyers at conventions and on social media. Even with minimal outreach thus far, we've already secured interest from 4 potential buyers. Profit distribution is pivotal to the success of our business model. Farmers receive 30%, boosting their quality of life. 20% goes into their access to tech and training. And the remaining 50% is reinvested in Kosphere, ensuring our mission for sustainable growth. Our scalability potential as a tech firm is immense. Our model allows us to branch into other forms of agriculture as well as internationally. With our tech partner, we have conducted 2 successful pilots in India. Semini wants to work with us and provide analytics that help boost farmers' yields. We also have 4 letters of intent from potential buyers, validating the market for the credits as well as the value of our projects. Our continuous improvements to our model have elevated us, resulting in an opportunity to go and conduct a pilot in a country in Africa. With a combined 55 years experience in tech, finance, strategy, risk, and compliance, our skill sets are vital to this model's success. Motivated by our drive to reshape the fashion industry, we aim for impactful change and driving shareholder value. By going to the root of the problem, we are positively impacting the value chain and aligning with 11 SDGs, and we are helping those whose contributions to the industry are often overlooked. We'll decrease carbon emissions, and we will improve the lives of those, we'll decrease carbon emissions and we'll improve the environment surrounding the villages. And while we're doing this, we are going to generate an income for the farmers and ourselves. With all of these benefits, the question isn't, can you afford to invest in us? The question is, can you afford not to? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kosphere. That was 4 minutes of pitching. We'll kick off the 4 minute of Q&A with Oloti.
Thanks, team. So you indicated you have some memos of understanding or letters of intent from potential carbon credit buyers. Do those indicate a price for the credits that they're willing to pay? And if not, can you indicate where are you getting your current market price from, and what are you seeing as the current market price?
Sharik, we can't hear you. But
let
me just fill in, because I know that one of the letters of intent that we have has indicated that they're willing to invest 200 to 400,000.
So my question is price per credit, not total amount of money, please.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So see, the letter of credit is based on NBS solutions that are minimal, like no tillage and crop rotation based, which is $40. But the biochar credits will be sold at $120. So as of now, per credit, we got for $40.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shari. Rodrigo.
Hi, congratulations on your pitch. I would like to know more about, you have mentioned a tech partner. You have also mentioned technology that's going to be dealing with all this metrifying, all this process, etc. Can you elaborate more on the technology? Who owns the technology and how this is going to work? And what's the role of your tech partner?
All right. So our main tech partner is Yamni. So they are actually working in Africa to give insurance for smallholder farmers based on predictive analysis and AI, which tracks how much they are produced over the year at the same time with weather tech. So we are using the same technology for carbon sequestration in the soil. They basically use 3 levels of satellite from NASA and 1 European satellite from this thing to track the carbon in the soil.
Thank you. Sophia?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I'm just curious. So the carbon credit market, it's really subject to price fluctuations. So how are you dealing with this price versus cost risk of the actual credits? So that's my first question. And my other question is that carbon credits it's really an up and coming area, as you know. Would you see a risk with trade-offs with other industries like food production, for example?
Okay, so the first question is regarding the pricing, right? So let's say there are 3 levels to carbon credits. One is the natural-based solution where the farmers just have to change a minimal change, like no tillage, which goes from $0 to $40. The second level of NBS solution is the biochar solutions, where this is the most proven model which stores carbon for more than 500 years. So this has higher value, which goes up to $80 to $120. Plus, the value also depends on if we are tracking the livelihood of the farmers, which our carbon credit will do. The second question was whether it will change. I mean, I didn't get your second question. Can you repeat it again?
No, my second question was around trade-offs with other industries, such as perhaps food production. So cotton versus, I don't know, potatoes or rice or whatever.
Yes, of course. So in India, they've tried to use carbon credits for water usage in rice farms. And they've actually tied up with Walmart. Walmart is actually investing in the project so that it can go into their sustainability report. Yes, so our carbon projects, our main part of our company is the quality of tracking the carbon because it is standardized and it's third-party approved, and that's what we're planning for. Yes.
Thank you, Vinod. We have 3 seconds. I don't think that's enough time for another question. So please feel free to put it in the chat box for the Kosphere team to answer it. Kalita, which team are we having next?
Thank you.
Kal is on mute. We're giving her a second to unmute to introduce.
We are back to rookie mistake. Technology is not on our side this time around. But I was going to say that representing the largest community of change makers with over 150 universities engaging every single year at Hult Prize, our next team represents none other than India. India's leading role, it's not just about the numbers, it truly is a testament to the spirit of young minds committed to driving transformative change. So please let's extend a hearty welcome and welcome on stage Strawberrry. They're not just creating a sustainable business, they're weaving a narrative of change by ingeniously transforming rice straw stubble into cutting-edge textile insulation. Strawberrry, welcome on stage.
Happy to be here.
Perfect. Can you go ahead and start sharing your slides with us, please?
All right.
And if you could do a quick mic check just to make sure that we can hear everyone.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you repeat that? We couldn't hear you as clearly.
Yeah, my mic is audible.
We can't. I think your audio might be failing a
Yeah,
little.
you have to keep it closer to your mouth, the microphone. Yep. Yeah, I think now it should be.
There we go. Now we can hear you loud and clear. Perfect. Is everyone ready?
Yep, we are ready.
Take a deep breath and you can start in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, this is Team Strawberrry. Every year, 11 million tons of rice straw is burnt in northern India, causing massive amounts of pollution. Our venture aims to utilize this waste crop straw and convert it into textile products to sell it through B2B and B2C channels. We will source our products from aggregators, transport it to our facilities, process it to form fibers, and outsource yarn and fabric processes. We will then package it and sell it to our consumers. For our B2B sales, we will sell it to intermediate manufacturers who produce a fabric out of it and sell it to brands throughout the globe. For our B2C models, we have made shirts and jackets, which we have sold through our websites to our customers. We have completed our product validation and improvement phase and are currently in a local geographical expansion phase. In the future, we want to move on to product and stakeholder diversification, followed by pan-India expansion. We have 3 major KPIs. First is the chemical footprint, and we use 5 times less chemical than competitors. Second is the insulation value or the flow value, which is much higher than our competitors. And third is the number of customers we have to assess our revenues. Our pilot plan is divided into 4 phases: customer identification, product development, customer feedback, and sales. We have identified customers from manufacturers to fashion brands, followed by sustainable fashion seekers and millennials. We have extracted fibers from the crop straw, made blends, converted into yarn, fabrics, and wovens to make jacket insulations, threads, and shirts. The feedback we got are as follows. Our shirts were breathable, felt like cotton, and did not shrink on washing, and now we need to test its dyeing properties. Our threads were integrable with the machines for fabric production. We need to now make them thinner for better efficiency. And our jacket insulations were very high, they were comfortable. Our jackets were not holding structure, which we resolved by quilting the jacket. In the domestic market, we are selling our shirts at a margin 55% and our jackets at a margin of 57%. Through our B2C channels, we have sold 10 shirts to 10 customers. And through our B2B channels, we have sold 20 shirts and 10 jackets to a leading apparel brand in India called CGS Apparels. The strength and insulation are at par with what the manufacturers require. Our insulation is much more than cotton, down, and polyester, which makes our jacket very warm. Currently, we are using paid services with aggregators, transporters, chemical providers, equipment lenders, and R&D experts who we want to potentially partner up with in the future. We align ourselves with 3 sustainability goals, namely 9, 12, and 13. Through our venture, we want to help him, her, and them, who are the poor and underpaid farmers in India, by directly sourcing crop straw, potentially increasing their income by 2 times. Additionally, when this crop straw is burnt, this is what happens to the capital of India before and after the crop straw is burnt. Through our venture, we want to replace the situation by creating maximum wealth out of the waste crop straw. Through this, we will be able to reduce the CO2 emissions by 8.2 million tons. This is our team, our R&D guides, our associated institutes, and our mentors. More recently, we have been invited to attend the G20 summits in New Delhi to represent our venture in front of delegates attending the G20 summit. Thank you.
Congratulations, team. Good job. Howard, I saw you raise your hand. Does that mean you wanted to kick us off in the Q&A?
Yes, I'm trying to understand your choice of going B2B and B2C. So let's give you everything is great, everything is working. You've got your product. Why would you invest in B2B and B2C? Double focus. B2C requires fashion understanding and fashion success in a competitive marketplace, and it requires marketing money to build brand. So explain to me your choice to go to both markets.
So we started with B2C because we wanted to see if our product is actually customer friendly, will customers actually like it. And we require B2B because currently we are using manufacturers to produce fabrics from a thread. So we anyways need to give them the thread. We are not making the fabrics ourselves, we're just making the thread ourselves. That's why we are in the B2B channel.
Thank you for that. Vinod, do you have a question?
So I had a similar question, like given that you are able to manufacture shirts, what was the logic behind going into jackets? And just for clarity on the jackets, like is the insulation and the external material both from your straw, or are you just providing the insulation and procuring the jacket separately?
Okay, so we found out that our insulation of a material is high. So we decided to venture into jackets. The complete jacket is not made of straw. The exterior is cotton. Inside it's filled with our straw because it's highly insulating. And when it comes to shirts, since the thread is a little thicker, the shirts are breathable and are comfortable to wear.
We still have 2 minutes, Alden.
Can you speak about in the future, your B2B market? What are the unit economics on the B2B side? I saw the B2C example, but I wasn't really clear on the B2B unit economics.
Okay, so for the B2B channels, what we are planning to do is sell these manufacturers the fibers. So, okay. So it costs a variable cost of making this fiber is rupees 11 per 100 grams, and we sell it at around rupees 32. So we provide these fibers to these manufacturers, and they make the thread and yarn out of it.
And could you speak to what is the competitive cost for alternative fibers that these manufacturers are currently buying? So if you're going to be selling to them at 32 rupees per 100 grams, what are they buying now? How much?
So cotton is similar. Polyester, it's cheaper. So polyester comes around rupees 25. And the third is down, which is much more expensive than that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from our judges?
What's your biggest challenge at the moment?
So our biggest challenge at the moment is setting up our manufacturing unit. So we have a very small setup right now, and to scale it up, we need necessary funds. So that is where our bottleneck is. Our production rate is very slow right now.
And what are your plans if you don't win the prize to get the financing?
So the next immediate step would be to apply for government grants, because it's very aligned with what the government stands for, sustainability and helping the farmers and utilizing crop straw. Through that, we will get a financing, and then we will approach other investors also.
Perfect. So 30 seconds if any wants to share a comment.
I would just go quickly for something. Have you gone through the pitfalls of using the corn in the fashion industries? Are you aware of that? Because it does have a lot of eco-unfriendly footprint, right? And that includes the water use, the land hogging, the pesticides, etc. So, and the use of energy is another thing to consider. So how are you going to manage that?
Just to clarify, we are using rice straw.
Thank you, Mariam, for the question. Swadeshi, time is up. We invite you to answer the question in the chat box. Swadeshi has been receiving a lot of love from our YouTube live stream. We've seen a lot of comments, a lot of hearts. Someone said, East or West, Swadeshi is the best. So yeah, a lot of love from Swadeshi. I see a lot of comments as well in our Zoom chat box. Congrats for an amazing job, team. As the judges score, we are getting ready to announce our next team. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge a situation close to our hearts at the Hult Prize. Sudan, a country with a vibrant heritage, history, most importantly, great community, is currently facing immense challenges due to the ongoing civil conflict. And despite the odds, its people continue to demonstrate unparalleled resistance and resilience and strength. And speaking of resilience and strength, we have a team here today representing Sudan. The journey was not just about their startup, it's about perseverance, it's about not giving up when the times were unimaginably tough. We want to invite to the stage Shakiro. We invite you all to give them a huge round of applause. We are aware of the significant challenges that they went through to be here today. And we've seen them fundraising. We've seen them making it to the top media in the Middle East and North Africa to tell the story not only of their business, but of their country. We're proud of you, Shahito, and we would love to invite you on the stage to represent your country.
Thank you for the introduction.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, we can see you. We can hear Ala Ibrahim. Fatima, we can hear you. Lama, do you want to do a mic check?
There's Ida.
Good.
Can you hear me, guys? Yeah.
Yes, we do it, yes. All right, we're waiting for your pitch deck to appear on the screen. Take your time. A lot of love is coming Shahito's way on the chat box. Go, Shahito. You inspire us, Shahito. Okay, the slides are coming up. We see the progress. It's on full screen right now. Let us know if you're ready to pitch. Judges, how are you feeling so far? All right, love the smiles, love the thumbs ups. Gemma is saying that she's inspired. I bet you do, Gemma. The teams have been just amazing. Shahito, connecting the ring of fashion. All right, we see the slides moving.
Sorry.
Are you ready, team?
Yeah, we're ready.
Amazing. You have 4 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready to go. All right.
Just a second, let me check with Emma.
That is completely okay. We can give you as much time as you can. And in the meantime, I'd love to invite one of the judges to share some initial feelings and thoughts as we get Shakiro ready to pitch. Gemma, you said that you were a little bit inspired. Tell us more.
Well, I'm inspired because you all are so amazing, and we've seen such amazing growth these last, over the accelerator and challenge. Like, how dare you guys make it so hard for us to pick 6 teams? This is going to be so hard. So you guys should all be proud of yourselves, and I can't wait to hear the rest and have a really great discussion with the other judges. It's going to be really hard because you guys again are incredible.
Thank you so much, Gemma. Love the message. Shakiro, let's do a final check. Let us know if you're ready. If not, we can give you more time and invite another team to pitch. Jeff, Ale, Fatima.
We're just trying to check.
Okay, we recognize that Shakiro is facing some technical challenges. So I would love to ask Alita to get us ready to invite the next team. Shakiro will give you some time to regroup.
You can pitch now.
You can. All right.
But we just need someone else to share the screen. I guess Emma is having technical issues.
I'm sharing it.
Okay.
Let's go for it. If this doesn't work, we're ready.
I'm sorry about this.
Don't worry about it. We're here to support.
Okay, Emma is here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, let's give it a shot. If this does not work, we have your recorded video on standby. We can play it.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, 4 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready. Good luck.
Okay. Imagine a world where the fashion industry and the agriculture come together in perfect harmony. In Shakiro, we are making this vision a reality. While fashion industry rises, recycling falls behind. It's estimated that Africa generates 2.5 billion tons of textile waste. 60% of it is cotton. Sudan, in particular, produces 7.8 kilograms of textile waste for each 1,000 kilograms of clothes, where 44% of this waste is also cotton. On the other hand, Sudan faces agricultural challenges due to the long-term absence of organic fertilizers. As a result, the land has become depleted and fragile, with only 1% of the organic matter remaining. In Shakiro, we have found a solution by collecting clothing waste from donors, factories, and charities, and utilizing innovative textile recycling methodologies to transform natural fabrics into compost. Also, to make the most out of our resources, we sell synthetic fabrics and plastic waste to local designers and artists for upcycling. Our compost stands out from its competitors due to several distinctive qualities. Firstly, it is financially affordable for our price-sensitive market, as we offer an installment payment option. Secondly, it has a nutrient-rich composition containing nitrogen and organic carbon. And lastly, its unique granule form helps an effortless distribution across vast farmlands. We operate as a multi-sided platform connecting the waste and compost markets. In the waste market, we target small clothing brands and solo designers, offering them 1 kilogram fabric waste bags priced between $10 and $30 depending on condition. For the compost market, we target agricultural companies, small business owners, and smallholder farmers with our 50 kilogram compost bags at $41.7 per bag. We have already formed a strategic partnership with key local organizations such as Fast Revolution Sudan, Mutarahman Charity, Razi Engineering Company, and the Agricultural Research Corporation. Our team has also built a comprehensive go-to-market strategy, mixing both online and offline touchpoints, ready to be launched.
In June 2023, Go
We
ahead,
conducted
Anna.
a successful micropilot on rocket and mallow seeds. We identified areas for improvement, including better control over nitrogen and solid level, close monitoring of decomposing condition, and exploring options for adding compost accelerator. So, why now is the perfect time for Shakiro? Externally, the organic farming movement in Sudan continues to grow, and more farms are gaining global recognition. Internally, we took a significant step forward on August 15 by initiating the certification process for our compost with the Agricultural Research Corporation. It is pure extraction, displayed an impressive 80% germination after only 48 hours, indicating it is non-toxic natural.
Shakiro empowers smallholder farmers as it provides affordable composts that elevate financial burden while increasing crop yield. We also create job opportunities for 250 female local designers and artists within 2 years, while also allocating 30% of our positions for women. Environmentally, each compost bag saves 70 kilograms of fabric waste from going to landfills, and upcycling 1 kilogram of synthetic fabrics save 125 millijoule of energy and 7,000 liters of water in the production phase. Despite facing unimaginable challenges, including war, displacement, electricity and internet outages, unreliable utilities, and communication difficulties, our team, led by 5 visionary women engineers, has shown unimaginable sacrifices to succeed in the accelerator phase. This is just a testament to our unparalleled commitment and dedication to achieving Shakhito's vision. So, invest in us and let's create a world where fashion and agriculture meet together and perform in harmony with sustainability. Thank you.
Bumpy start, resilient team, even greater pitch. Thank you so much, Shakito. We loved your presentation. Moving on
Thank
to
you.
the
I'm sorry for the
Q&A.
technical issues.
Don't worry about it. We
Sorry for that.
understand. I see the judges already appreciating your resilience. Vinod, why don't you give us a
First of all, good presentation. So a quick question. Do you have enough organic textile waste available locally in Sudan, or will you have to import some raw material for your venture?
Okay, so basically, Sudan, the traditional customs now, like jalabi and top, are made of cotton and organic fabrics due to the preferences of them. So most of the textile waste here in Sudan is actually organic. So this is one of our strong points that we rely on.
Sorry, do you have enough quantity of organic textile waste locally?
Yes, I guess was the most trying to say is that the traditional costume of the Sudanese people is made of cotton, the top and the jalabia. So we are focusing on collecting the old clothes while also to ensure that we have enough textile waste. We are working to all the waste in the industry, not just the old costs from the consumption side. You like the waste from the factories, the waste during the textile making, and like all the process like cotton lands. Yeah, we're going to use all the organic waste. So until we reach the point that we have succeed to have enough organic textile waste from the old clothes. So till that, we are working to have the waste from the production side. Yeah, first we're gonna work from the B2B side, like the clothes factories and the textile factories. If I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Sophia.
Thank you. Team Shakito, we love your grit. It's amazing. I have a question though. So utilizing old textiles for fertilizers, I'm just thinking about, could it be dyes that are not environmentally friendly? How are you addressing this? I mean, the clothes could be, you know, treated with chemicals that are not good to go back into the ground.
This is a very This is a very good question. Actually, while we talk about recycling clothes, there are main problems, including dyes and the mixed fabrics, like polyester with cotton. These fabrics are hard to be like distracted from each other. So we are solving this by selling the ways that we can produce compost from to designers and artists to use it in their projects. And this also will help us generate enough revenue so we can subdivide the part of our the customers we collect the clothes from, if you understand me. So we have sensing platform that to just detect the textile we're going to work on, and just also detect the plastic and metal pieces from the clothes. All these we're going to use it. We have a zero waste vision for the fashion industry. So all of this we're going to use it with the upcycling network, use it in their new project. Till now, until we can build the infrastructure and the technology needed for the dyes extraction and for the fabrics extraction also. But mostly what we work. Okay, I hope this answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we have 15 seconds left. I don't see any questions coming from the judges. I'll take those 10 seconds to share a comment from Charles, one of our experts who posted on the YouTube live stream. Shahito, if your incredible startup ever wants to expand to Kenya, I would love to connect you guys with Africa Collect Textiles. Love the idea, love the team. So yeah, we love to see our startups connecting with our experts, and we love seeing our startups expanding across the world. Talking about the world, where are we going exactly in the world, Carla, next?
Next, we are going to one of my favorite places in the world, Mexico. In just a few years, we witnessed the brilliance of Rutopia, the very first American team to claim the victory of the $1 million prize. Today, we have another Mexican gem in our midst, Oloti. Coming from the vibrant spirit of Mexico, they are crafting the future one bio button at the time. Using corncob waste, they are painting a canvas where fashion is sustainable, ethical, and true to its roots. It's not just about the button and the zippers, it's about the heart, pride, and passion that Mexico's youth lights the way. With a heartfelt welcome, please join us on stage, Oloti.
Hello.
Hello, We can hear your slides. We can hear you well. Perfect. Are you ready?
Yes.
Best of luck, and your time starts in 3, 2, 1.
This is my wardrobe. Pretty average for a young student like me. Well, these are 3 jugs of 20 liters each, which contain the amount of water that was needed only to make the buttons of my clothes. That's just for mine. But now imagine if we also counted yours and the ones from all the people in this session. When we hear about contamination in the fashion industry, the first thing that may come to mind is clothes. But have you ever thought about all the buttons you're wearing?
We asked ourselves what we could do about this massively ignored problem. And the perfect solution came to us while sharing time with Doña Maria La Trampa Grande, a marginalized village of corn farmers located in the central region of Mexico, where the average salary is barely about $40. Doña Mari talked about the people's frustration regarding the massive waste generated after each corn harvest. And we kept thinking, what if there was a way to turn all this waste into additional income for them while also addressing the buttons problem? That's why we came up with the new alternative, buttons made with Mexican corn cob, the central part of the corn that is mostly wasted.
Our B2B model starts with the supply chain through which we will make a social impact in these communities by purchasing an important part of the corn cob we need directly from them. We will start generating revenues by selling our buttons to fashion brands. Based on the insights from our potential first client, we project that one deal would result in $2,900 of monthly recurring revenue with a 55% gross margin. And that's just for one small client. But why buttons? Well, just in Mexico, we have calculated a SOM of $1.4 million by 2026. Our solution has an untapped potential to enter this sector because similar alternatives have already been implemented in foreign markets, but ours would be the first one in Mexico. Moreover, by only achieving 0.3% of the annual sales of the world's biggest manufacturer of sustainable buttons, we can already be profitable, and we have projected to sell much more. Our buttons will not only remain competitive in terms of quality and costs, but also address crucial unmet demands that clients have, especially in terms of process transparency, ecological certifications, and social impact.
We also love SDGs. That's why we align ourselves with numbers 6, 8, 12, and 13. However, we will focus on two key social impact metrics: water usage efficiency within our productive process and economic impact made in the communities that become part of our supply chain.
Our current pilot, in which we engaged Mexican fashion brands, has allowed us to redefine our entire business model and product fit. Thanks to this, traction is starting to build up. Actually, we have already received signed letters of purchase intention from 3 fashion brands, including the well-known CNA. Now that we have a clear path of growth, we will continue our pilot until the end of this year, aiming to negotiate sales agreements to feature our buttons in their upcoming sustainable collections.
But hey, buttons are just the beginning. Our go-to-market will be divided in 3 phases that will allow us to sell our products to small, medium, and large enterprises from the Mexican fashion industry, either directly or through their suppliers. As we progress, we'll pattern our process and take advantage of the versatility of our material to expand our offer of fashion products. Finally, this is the Oloti team, a multidisciplinary group of friends who are willing to change the world one button at a time. So, are you ready to revolutionize the fashion industry and make a real impact in these communities with us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on time. Congratulations. Howard, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm trying to understand your customer and the size of the market. Not everybody, not every brand in Mexico, not every brand in the world is going to be interested in sustainable button. Sustainable button is going to be interested in people who are creating sustainable fashion. So I want to understand your sizing, and then I want to understand the percentage of the market that you can win over, because there have to be the competitors. You may call them indirect competitors because it's not from corn, but they are competitors if they've got a sustainable button, as an example. So talk to me about the truly addressable market, the size, and what piece of that market you can get versus your competitors and how you're different or better.
Okay, thank you very much, Howard, for the question. Right now, the SOM that we calculated is equal to about 10% of the market share in Mexico, and that's by 2026. Of course, we want to start with something smaller. We want to start addressing small and medium fashion brands like, for example, Tia and Tequila and Amor y Rosas, which are 2 that are already formally interested in our products. And then we are going to move gradually in these different stages of the pilot that you see. And eventually, ultimately, we will address the bigger brands like, for example, CNA and other big brands from Mexico and other countries.
Gemma, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, thank you. Great job. So you mentioned that people are doing this outside of Mexico. You are what makes you different than others is that you are introducing it to Mexico. So, but this has been done elsewhere. My question is, what have you learned from the other companies that have launched in other countries? What are they doing right and what are they doing wrong? And what are you implementing that's going to make you grow bigger, faster, and better?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Well, something important to take into consideration is that the material of corn cob itself is something new as well with the buttons. What other brands like, for example, Luropel, which is one of the biggest manufacturers of buttons in the world, are doing are with some materials derived from the corn, but not exactly the corn cob itself. And what we have learned for them are basically, first of all, that it's really simple to scale the production because these people produce and sell 3 million buttons a day. And that's where we're looking to sell in 1 entire year in the first year of operations. And also that our material itself has a competitive advantage over other sustainable materials that are already being used because, first of all, it's cheaper. Then it's also a total waste. So it's upcycling potential is much greater, and also it doesn't affect any part of the supply chain. And also we have the differentiator of the social impact that we're trying to make in these communities from Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alden.
Can you speak to exactly where are you in your prototyping or production? That's one. And the second is, can you also speak to the durability of these buttons when they're put through a standard washing machine?
Okay, thank you for your question. Right now, we are presenting our first MVP to the brands that we engaged in our pilot. First, we had this feedback and the concerns that they had, so we made these special tests for them to have the security of the. For example, we exposed our buttons to 168 hours of detergent and water, and the average washing cycle of a slow fashion garment during its lifetime, it's only 50 hours. So it's a really good test that we did. So however, we want to give the greatest confidence to our clients. That's why we will use part of the prize funding to invest in R&D, especially in running more professional tests that will allow us to obtain quality and sustainability certifications.
Thank you so much, team. Right on time. Bernard, I apologize. We didn't get time to get to your answer to your question, but you can go ahead and share it on the chat box. Congratulations, Team Oloti. You have a lot of messages coming in the chat here on Zoom, experts willing to connect with you as well as on YouTube, saying that you have practiced that transition 1,000 times and it was so seamless. So great job. Hamdi, what's happening next?
Well, that was exactly 17 teams. We have 6 to go. Before we do that, we're going to invite you all to take a 10-minute break, refresh, take a breath, grab some water, and we'll see you in exactly 10 minutes from now. We will start, I'm in Lisbon, we will start exactly at 5:50. So we invite everyone to come back around 2 or 3 minutes before to watch Labware Studio and Banoffee 11. Labware and Banoffee are coming up next. Enjoy the break. See you in 10. Thank you all. Thank you all. We hope you're enjoying your break. We're going to get started in exactly 2 minutes and a half from now. So whenever you're around, feel free to open your cameras to give us a sign that you're back. Mariam, great to see you. Love the energy that you and the judges are showing throughout the day. Welcome back, Rodrigo. We're happy to have
Always lovely to see you, Hamdi. Always.
Great to see all of you.
I'm loving the energy in the chat box. I love how supportive the startups are. Our next team will be Labware Studios from ETH Zurich. So if they are on the room, we invite them to have their cameras on and to get ready to take the stage. Over 100 people are in the Zoom room, which is great. We love seeing people sticking around, even though it's a long day. We understand that, and we're grateful that you all decided to stay here with us. Inspire and get inspired. All right, Narisa and the team, please give me a sign whenever Labware Studios is ready to pitch. All right, Michael, I see you. Let's do a quick mic check.
Hello, hello. Can you hear us?
We do hear you. Amazing. All right, let's see if all of the judges are in the room. I see judges. Judge Alden, give us a thumbs up. Gemma smiling, giving a thumbs up. Vinod setting up. Sophia with a beautiful smile from Sweden. Rodrigo and Mariam are also set. Aaron giving us the thumbs up, and the BT is ready. Alisa, our director of marketing, is saying hello to Labware Studio. And our audience is back interacting on YouTube. We invite everyone to take pictures, take videos, post on social media, and tag us all. We've seen 17 pitches so far. We're getting ready for our 18th. We're getting ready for a team coming from the majestic landscapes of Switzerland and the innovative atmosphere of ETH Zurich. This next team is amazing, and you'll see why. They've been in business for a while, and they're here planning to change the fashion industry for good. Michael, Labware Studios, are you ready to pitch?
Let me share the screen. Let's see how that.
To hear that your mics are working perfectly fine.
Perfect.
Let's present the view. Screen is loading. We can see the first slide.
Great.
All right.
I guess we're ready.
Ready. Team is ready. Audience is ready. You have 4 minutes starting now.
Imagine you have a fashion brand. Because it takes you 1 full year from designing a collection to its launch in stores and online, you will need to place production orders for your fall/winter 24 collection this autumn. So how many products will your customers be purchasing next year?
Well, that's the hard question. Since you want to maximize your revenues, you will certainly order too many products rather than too few. So what happens to the garments that you didn't sell?
These end up on landfills, but it's not just yours, but another 25 billion garments every year that are simply brand new, but get thrown away.
And when taking a look at all the garments, 99% of them do not get recycled and ultimately end up as trash.
But what if the brand could sell their garments before production?
What if we could reduce the production time down to a few weeks or even days and therefore decrease overproduction?
We have proven it with 100 paying customers, and we are on the best way to get overproduction from 25% down to 1%.
So who are we? Well, when a fashion brand wants to produce their next collection, they come to us. We have a fully integrated network of factories accessible at the touch of a button. The brand places their production request, and we use our operating system called Labware OS to plan, streamline, and facilitate production for our network of factories.
This is the technology that allowed us to connect our entire supply chain so that we deliver the requested products after just 2 to 6 weeks, compared to an industry standard of 6 to 12 months. And as we increase our production volume, we'll be able to decrease lead times down to 6 days. And this is manufacturing on demand.
The software matches the production orders with available production slots in order to prevent any unnecessary waiting times in between production steps. Each factory accesses all tech sheets via our cloud, and we receive the live status feed. As the product is finished, we ship it out to the brands.
But we want to go beyond eliminating overproduction. Our goal is building a circular system, so all garments that we produce are made from 100% recyclable monomaterial fabrics. And furthermore, we have partnered up with leading companies in this field to close the loop.
By not producing the garments that no one wanted in the first place, we can save that raw material. And by going circular, we're using the available material inside the system instead of continuously using new raw materials. This enables fashion brands to reduce their material footprint up to 60%. And all of this did not happen overnight. In November 22, we launched our services.
In May, we successfully introduced our pilot software in our factories in Portugal.
By June, we have produced over 10,000 garments and made over $300,000 in revenue.
On our way, we have built partnerships with some of the leading brands. We are a highly experienced team in fashion, working at Nike, building a second-hand store, or building fashion brands. And by scaling our business, we have the opportunity to change the entire fashion industry.
To reach the goal of $20 million in revenue by 2025, we need $1 million in funding to further advance our technology and build an even stronger team and expand to a US market. But let me tell you this, we're not aiming to produce more garments that end up as trash, but empower fashion brands to change their business model. Merci beaucoup et au revoir.
Merci beaucoup, Michael. Merci beaucoup, Labware. It's time for the judges to ask their questions. Vinod, première question.
Merci à vous aussi. So, quick question. So, you are essentially making the production process faster. So, I see the savings in terms of reduced inventory and reduced waste. How wouldn't this also have the unintended impact of fast charging or turbocharging the fast fashion, because it makes the whole process more so you can churn out more? So can you talk a little bit about how you are going to ensure that your clients are actually only producing the quantity they need, as opposed to, because you have a more efficient process, going faster?
I mean, the main point is to connect demand, or bring in sync demand and production. By decreasing lead times, we're just focusing on making the connect there, so there's no overproduction. And then we have the point of making it all fully circular. So we make sure that our products stay in the loop. Usually it's 100% made from new materials. And when you have a look at our loop system, you see that just 57% of it is based on new materials, while we have the rest 43% based on recycled materials.
Quick follow-up, what happens to unsold inventory for your clients?
Sorry, could you repeat?
What happens to unsold inventory for your clients?
Well, through our take-back service that we're working together with iKeep here, we can take it back and also recycle it. We're still working on the upcycling part, but recycling is already included.
Okay, let's go with Howard.
I would like to unpeel the onion. So creating your own garments, creating it quickly, you're just another sustainable brand, right? I want to go to, in the B business as opposed to the B2C business. On the B2B business, if I'm a small designer and from an economic perspective, you can do it on demand. I control my inventory at not that changes the world from an impact perspective. How are you going to sell this into big brands? And will they still be able to reduce their inventory? Don't they still have to, from a geographical perspective and a volume perspective and a client perspective, warehouse shipping? Is it actually going to make an impact? That's the question.
I mean, with big brands, it's going to make the biggest impact, because the higher our volumes, the easier it is to build a really strong system. And we are scaling to the entire world, so there will be an ecosystem in the US for the US market. There is an ecosystem in China for the Asian market. So we are there very fast on delivery. And when we have a look at Adidas, for example, we see that they have a lot of overproduction, and we could cut the entire overproduction part because through data analysis, we see exactly what they are kind of selling, and we are setting up the system, bringing demand and production in sync.
But isn't demand based on styles and fashion? And how do you do your predictability? Because every time it's a new season, new fashion.
Yeah, there are a lot of standard and basic items like the white and black t-shirt. So there it's kind of very easy to build a really strong system. And the other thing is just we are quite quick enough to be on demand. So with a 6-day lead time, the client is purchasing the item, and just there we start the machines and produce the garment. So there's no inventory. We are on target to build zero inventory brands.
Thank you, Sophia. Let's take your question, and then the team will answer it in the chat box.
Yeah, thank you guys. Really, really quick question. So we saw your revenue projections, and I just want to understand, what are your major assumptions connected to that revenue projection?
Thank you, Sophia. Thanks, Labware Studios. Great job. Let's give them a big round of applause. Carla, which team is next?
Congratulations, Labware. I love that you had everyone practicing their French, getting ready for Paris. Now, I want to invite you all to imagine a world where nature and fashion embrace, where innovation gives birth to sustainability, where farmers see their efforts transformed into luxury. Welcome to the world of our next team, Banoffee Leather. From banana crop waste rises a game changer. Vegan leather that's not just sustainable, but also a testament to human ingenuity. When institutions like Yale choose and invest in Banoffee, we know that change is not just coming, but it's already here. Join me in celebrating Banoffee Leather and welcoming them on stage.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Can you go ahead and share your slides, please? There we go. If we could do a quick mic check as well, just to make sure that we can hear you all.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, can everyone hear me? My video is frozen, I think.
Correct. Your video is frozen, but we can hear you.
Perfect.
Perfect. So if you are all set, you can start pitching in 3, 2, 1.
At Banoffee, we see a world where the leather industry doesn't harm the planet. We take banana crop waste and convert it into Banoffee, banana fiber leather. Our patent-pending material is vegan, sustainable, and cruelty-free. The leather industry has huge environmental impacts: carbon emissions, water consumption, and toxic contamination of waterways. In comparison, our life cycle assessment shows that Banoffee reduces water consumption by 95%, carbon emissions by 90%, and completely eliminates toxic waste. We do this by tapping into banana crop waste. India is the world's largest producer of bananas, and when a banana plant fruits, it will never fruit again, so the entire tree-like stem is cut. That's a lot of waste. To source our raw material, we've partnered with over 30 smallholder farmers, boosting their household income by 30%. We've spent 2 years developing Banoffee leather, and these are pictures of our actual product. It looks, smells, and feels like animal leather. We can do a range of different colors and textures. And as you can see here, Banoffee is flexible and vibrant. We also filed for a process patent last year, and there are 3 more applications that will be filed shortly.
Our proprietary process turns banana crop waste into a leather material made of 60% banana stem and a special 40% blend of materials such as rubber, tree sap, and starch. Banoffee leather has undergone extensive independent testing and external certification to prove it performs to industry standards for durability and is free from toxic chemicals and heavy metals such as chromium. Here's how we've started to get our leather out in the world. We're a B2B business operating in the $400 billion leather industry. To launch, we're currently targeting handbag and stationery companies with our primary focus on mid-market handbag brands that are curious about sustainability. Over 30 partner brands in 4 countries are trialing Banoffee leather. They have been creating leather goods with our materials and giving us feedback on important qualities such as the sticking, stitching, and creasing of our material to help us further our research and development. Here are some prototypes created using Banoffee leather. I'm excited to share that this summer, Rushki, shown on the left, launched their first plant leather collection made entirely with Banoffee. We've also created notebooks for Yale University as a proof of concept that generated over $15,000 in revenue to date.
So there are other plant-based leather alternatives, but what truly sets us apart is our use of waste, which makes us more sustainable as well as affordable and accessible. We have lower prices than our competitors and still operate with a 40% gross margin. In just 2 years, we've gone from an idea to setting up our own pilot factory in India, establishing a team of experts, and forming partnerships with farmers to source waste. In just the last 3 months, we've become commercially viable and done $24,000 in sales and started receiving interest from major fashion brands. We've also made tremendous progress during the Hult Accelerator. We showcased Banoffee at a leading material sourcing event in London, post which we received emails from major brands, and we've also recently won an award for the new Sustainable Material of the Year in India. 2 weeks ago, we presented Banoffee at Lakme Fashion Week's Circular Design Challenge. The bags, the corset, and the jacket are all made with Banoffee, and we've been shortlisted to walk the ramp at Fashion Week in October. The Hult Prize would be transformational as it would allow us to move away from our current makeshift setup that you see on this slide and to produce higher quality material. We at Banoffee are the right team to do this. We come from the world of chemistry, fashion, and business, and we're really excited to have created a material that makes you go bananas.
Congratulations, team, right on time. Judges, who wants to kick us off? Yes, the VC.
Well, great presentation. So my first question is, what's your plan for the end of life of this Banoffee material? Is it biodegradable? So can it disaggregate into the various organic components after its useful life?
So currently, Banoffee is a blend of 60% banana crop waste, 20% is other natural ingredients, and then 20% is synthetic ingredients, which includes the dyes, the lacquers, the antifungal coating. We're innovating to get it to 100%, but what we have done is created a material that is 100% circular. So if old Banoffee comes in, we can shred it, reconstitute it into a leather that is not good for bags, but good enough for coasters, notebooks, and a harder kind of composition. So we've designed for circularity, but our 6-month goal is to make it 100% bio-based and biodegradable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Yes, thank you. Great pitch. I was just thinking that, banana cultivation, it also has a few drawbacks, water usage, pesticides, and soil degradation, things like that. Have you done a comprehensive comparison from a holistic perspective on your product?
So we have, I think what we were doing is we're taking banana stems, which would otherwise be burned or otherwise be discarded to landfill. So we're very conscious about using banana that's a byproduct of the food industry. But we've done a holistic LCA analysis to show that our material has a 95% reduction in water use compared to animal leather, as well as 90% carbon emission reduction. And that's kind of attributing carbon emissions from cattle rearing, 90% to meat, 10% to hide. So making sure that it's not like all the cattle rearing emissions have been calculated for hide. So we've done it. We've done the LCA.
The main point is that it's a co-product. It's a byproduct, not a co-product. And because it's not being cultivated to produce the crop waste, so therefore you don't have to attribute any of the banana-based emissions or like usage to our product. That's like how that would be done.
Thank you for that, Vinod.
The biggest challenge at the moment?
Our biggest challenge is quality. And so, for example, if a client orders 100 meters of material to create 200 bags, there's color variation from like your first 10 meters to your last 10 meters, there's thickness variation. All of our processes today are manual, and we're using very basic things like sandpaper finishing, or which are not high quality roll-to-roll manufacturing, which is expected. And the second thing is our materials are constrained by the size of a leather hide. But what we can do is if we start roll-to-roll manufacturing, it would limit the amount of wastage that would be required for a brand. So when we want to be more sustainable, largely capital constraints on equipment and quality and consistency.
Can you just answer how you're planning to overcome the color variations in the text box? And I will give the time to Rodrigo.
Yeah, it's basically through, okay, I'll answer that next one. Yeah.
Rodrigo, you have 30 seconds for the last question.
Okay, so congratulations on your pitch. My questions are around your team. Could you explore more and share more about your team formation, the roles that you're going to be playing, how you're going to move forward all together, and how you plan to deal with moving into international markets, etc. But I would like to hear that from the perspective of your own team. How are you going to do it together?
So I come from chemistry. Isabel and Maggie come from...
Time is up. So sorry, but you're going to have to answer both those last questions on the chat box. Congratulations, Team Banoffee. Great job.
Amazing, amazing, Banoffee. Can't believe we've watched 19 teams already. We have 3 teams to go. Our next team aims to build a world where every individual feels truly seen, valued, and authentically represented. So all welcome Adelina, a company that wants to empower countless women who have long been the backbone of this growing global market. Their innovation is a unique 100% natural instant hijab that's not just a statement of fashion, but also strength and individuality. Lina, is Adelina ready?
Yes, we are. I will be pitching, and then we have Sarah on our slides. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. We're waiting for your screen to show. We can see the slides now. The timer is ready. You have 4 minutes. You can start whenever you are ready to go.
For 6 weeks, we have been listening and learning. We've heard that some of you don't understand the applicability of our project to non-Muslims, and that our sustainability message hasn't always been clear. So I want to focus on those 2 today. Just as the dream began with EF and we now have Hult Prize, we recognize that we need to make money in order to give it away. So we've been exploring our future product roadmap. While we started with an Islamic solution, what we've uncovered is that there are textiles and clothing that aren't faith or location specific. Hijabis aren't the only ones hunting, as are Orthodox women of virtually every faith, African women, chemotherapy patients. And I could lead with my attack story, but I recognize that each of these groups has their own versions that need uplifting. With that said, we pledge to invest 5% of revenue into non-Islamic solutions because we're happy to license, use, and share globally what we've learned outside of our arena for a happier, more useful, more peaceful world. How? Our product is cooler, pun intended, less damaging to produce, and recyclable. We create 7 jobs with every 1,000 units we order, and we're already providing over 30 low-income women with completely free GCSE equivalent qualifications in fashion and textiles. Our employees and students are Ukrainian refugees, single mothers, non-English speakers, senior women, and we run regular council-backed trade-ins and upcycling workshops across London, which allow us to provide fabrics in large quantities to our partners, who then use it to educate still more women. I think you'll agree none of these impact blocks is strictly Islamic. And in this way, we impact several of the SDGs. But our focus remains the following 3, because when we do what we do best, we make the space for others to do the same. So far, we've generated $16,000 in revenue, 100% organically, have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on the world's largest retail platform, and our supporters include everyone from Santander Bank to the Saudi royal family. Our unreleased variations include a chiffon version and our kids line, graded in size and featuring loads of adorable prints. But our activewear is also past sampling, and we've already gotten the okay for an on-demand model to reduce our footprint still further. Lina addresses the essentials. Our design is modest yet stylish, easy to put on, wear, and keep on, and offers far superior quality at a lower price. Also, while traditional synthetic materials are hot, our 100% natural bamboo jersey is cooler to wear and much better for the planet, from materials to end of life. Not only do its natural properties minimize the need for frequent washing, but Lina also allows for over a dozen different styles from the same garment. So 12 headscarves become one. Best of all, our quality has demonstrated that women don't need a closet full of unused head coverings, as they find ours a winner. So it's a good thing we have both design and utility protection. Now, our sales show that people want it, so we're making it available everywhere. And our reviews show that they love it, so we're releasing new colorways and fabrics alongside our kids line. Some thought it was too expensive at 45 pounds, so we're now at 35, which seems to have done the trick. Having launched with B2C, we've now chosen to direct our focus to B2B, including school uniforms, sports kits, and the UN's globally distributed dignity kits, because head coverings are just as essential as undergarments in some countries. Just one contract we're currently targeting at home would be enough to offset a B2C production order of over 500 units. So 500 girls, just like Mariam, a student athlete living in one of the hottest countries on earth, have what they need to succeed. It's a market that's already at $254 billion and set to reach $473 billion in the coming years. That's why we'll be worth more than $10 million in 5 years. These are some very conservative financial projections prepared with our mentors. And as you can see, the growth we're targeting would give us the resources to ensure that every woman in the world who needs a head covering, regardless of where or why, can get one. This is who we are, a woman-propelled team all about solutions. And what we lack, our incredible advisors have in spades. But staff expansion will be our first priority with this capital. We want to thank the Hult Prize team for accelerating our venture into a business, one built on delivering value to our global customers. With that said, Adelina did not start with Hult, and it will not end with it. Our vision is a world in which meeting the needs of one population can meet the needs of countless others. And today, we invite you to be a part of our story, regardless of the outcome tomorrow. If you know someone we should talk to about Lina, whether that's a woman in need of a job or of an awesome head cover for someone who wants to join our community for a better planet, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lina. Great pitch. Nice work. Judges, let us know what are your questions. Let's see who's going to get us started. And we're going all the way to Saudi Arabia with Maria.
Hi, girls. To start with, thank you for the pitch. It's really nice. You know, your energy is coming through. My question is going to be a little bit different because, you know, I come from Saudi Arabia, so hijab is everywhere. The design is already existing in the market, the one piece that could be utilized for everything. So my question is, what is your let's say differentiation, or is it your material? Because the design already exists in the market, which is the one piece that is to be altered for different use. So is it the fabric itself?
Thank you for your question, Mariam. Yes, while other instant hijabs do exist, there is none that is exactly like ours, which it is the first full coverage, fully customizable instant hijab that doesn't require attachment devices of any kind. I own the design and utility patents for it, so ours is completely novel. You can trust us on that. But yes, we do recognize that there are other instant hijabs, but from our own market research with our audience, we know that there's none that hits all the boxes the way that ours does.
Okay, that's from one perspective. The other one is that if you want to reach the massive Muslim community, you understand that the majority are not going to be able to afford the price that you girls are offering, right? So what is your tactic there? Are you gonna, you know, put in some social value for let's say committees or NGO? I don't know. I mean, you have to have a strategy to make sure that this is reaching out to the wider community as you are targeting, but through a business or through someone that would, you know, pitch in to make sure that this is there. So I would recommend that strategy to be, you know, embedded within your business.
Yeah, so I think that speaks to our partnership works and the connections that we're making. So you mentioned like connecting with different committees, and I've got strong experience with councils, and knowing that we've got a lot of refugees who have come from different countries, who have come from different experiences that don't actually have hijabs, or they don't have the means to afford what they need. So actually creating schemes that allows them to not only allow women to work and then kind of build them up their own empowerment where they can start to afford the different types of hijabs as well as ours, or headscarves, but being able to self-sustain themselves to afford what we're offering, and then also creating some sort of connection that allows them to have discounted, and we've got like the offers that allows them in the packs, like with the UN, so that funding will help us to put them in the UN repertoire committee packs that go out to refugees as well in different countries.
Yep. Okay, my last question before moving to Vinod is, have you in your stats taken into consideration the different styles of hijab that are requested in each and every country? Because, you know, this might work, let's say in Syria or a different type, but not in other Khaliji countries. So is that included in your stats?
Yeah, another amazing question. So actually our design so far, we've counted over 16 different styles possible. For this product offering specifically, of course, Islamic criteria is very important to us, and that's why we've made sure that every one of the styles guarantees that. But we have definitely accounted for the wide range among Muslim women. Thank you.
Vinod.
So my question was, what have you learned so far in terms of trying to break into new market segments that you demonstrated in your pitch outside of the hijab?
Lena, I'm sorry to interrupt. You only have 1 second left. Feel free to put the answer in the chat box. Great job. We see the progress. We noticed that you took a lot of feedback and insights from the mentors and the judges. So great job integrating that in your pitch. Today, 2 more teams to go, right, Carla?
Yes, believe it or not, just 2 more teams to go. And the next team truly is the embodiment of resilience. Back in 2019, they were just 19-year-olds with a crazy idea. They did what all successful entrepreneurs do. They went out there and they started testing. Well, maybe back then they didn't make it, but 3 years after, they kept pursuing their business. And the moment that they heard that Hult Prize was announcing a fashion challenge, they knew that this was their moment to shine. They participated through their on-campus program, won the Nairobi Summit, and today they are here to inspire us all with their incredible venture. Please welcome Pine Kazi. Welcome, welcome. Can we do a quick mic check to make sure that we can hear you?
Hi.
Hi, Olivia. Yes.
Hey.
So we're just going to be listening through Olivia?
No, the 3 of us will pitch.
We'll use Olivia's audio because we're in the same room.
Yes, you are audible. Angie, I'm not sure if you're going to also be pitching.
Yes, I'll be pitching.
Oh, okay. Everyone through Olivia's audio, can we put up your slides?
Just one moment, we share a slide.
No worries. That gives our judges the opportunities to go back on all of their previous notes just to see if they have any pending questions, notes that they needed to write down, because we are about to wrap up today's event. If you need any help with your slides, please let us know. I hear that you have a lot of supporters on YouTube that are chanting there for you, so feel their energy and their good vibes are with you.
Can you see the screen that we're sharing?
Yes, we can now see your slides. Are we ready to go? Perfect. One final deep breath, energize yourself, and you can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Unexpected synergies can sometimes arise from 2 seemingly unrelated arenas. In this case, we saw the 2 arenas as footwear pollution and post-harvest pineapple waste. The footwear industry has for a long time been associated with a significant environmental impact from excessive waste and carbon emissions to harmful chemicals. Meanwhile, there are over 80 million tons of pineapple post-harvest waste produced in Kenya annually, which is either burnt or chemically decomposed, releasing toxic greenhouse gases. To solve this dual problem, we created Pine Kazi, a sustainable footwear option made from post-harvest pineapple leaf fibers. Our innovative manufacturing process leverages on natural properties of pineapple fibers to create a unique blend of breathability, durability, and style. Our shoes have a carbon footprint of 7.96 pounds, which is significantly lower when compared to that of a standard shoe.
Our business model revolves around a hybrid e-commerce approach and strategic retail partnerships. With a competitive price of $70, we sell directly to young, active millennials, cutting out middlemen and ensuring affordability. We also make money through a make-to-order model that allows customers to customize their own products. Finally, the sale of carbon credits, which provides additional income while maintaining carbon neutrality.
The sustainable footwear market segment is projected to reach $77 billion by 2025. In our past year, we project a revenue of $70,000, and by the third year, we plan to expand to Sweden and USA with a revenue potential of $560,000. To reach our customers, we build a content market strategy that will help us increase visibility, and to ensure an omni-channel distribution, we will build a robust e-commerce platform and strategically select retail partners who will align with our values to provide our customers with a seamless shopping experience.
We have successfully developed 3 prototype sets, each featuring different designs, conduct 6 technical testings, and a successful customer discovery phase to better understand our clients. Our efforts have resulted in generating a 2,400 revenue, showcasing early market validation and customer interest. Last week, we secured a pre-order of 300 pairs from Kenton Outfitters. We have competition, but we will stand out by offering differentiated, competitively priced, comfortable, and fashion-forward footwear, creating a perfect balance between style, comfort, and sustainability. Our shoes are also customizable, allowing our customers to express their individual tastes. Lastly, pineapple fibers have a high tensile strength, which guarantees a 2-year durability lifetime, reducing the need of frequent replacements. And airlines love us too. We have been approached by one of the largest airlines in Africa, Kenya Airways, and we're already in the process of designing a lightweight, comfortable, and breathable shoe for flight crew members. We have also connected with Carrie Harris, the Chief Sustainability Officer at British Airways, and we are actively engaging to explore a potential partnership. We have an innovative circular product which integrates all of our impact into the supply chain, so that as we grow, our impacts also grow. We are the pro team with a diverse set of skills in management, economics, finance, and we are supported by a strong board of advisors with over 30 years experience in manufacturing, sustainable fashion, and textile engineering. As for now, we are a sustainable fashion company, but we have a bigger vision of tapping into new market segments, diversifying our products, exploring a B2B option of selling the fabric in future, and also tapping into wound dressings and tissue engineering due to the microbacterial properties of the fiber. And with the $1 million Hult Prize, our idea is ready to fly. Gotham had Batman, and the fashion industry has got fine Kazi. So don't just eat your pineapples, wear them. Thank you.
Congratulations, team. Great job. Right on time. Gemma, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Great job, guys. Well, nice to see you again. I'm curious. So you said in the future you're going to go to B2B and you're going to be B2C right now. Had you ever thought about going B2B first and letting other people kind of make mistakes about the product and learn from them, or whatever you're going to be creating? Why go to B2C first?
So the reason we opted to go for a B2C model first was to create awareness around the product in terms of quality and actually proving that the concept can work. Then as we move forward, as we continue to do a bit of R&D, develop different variations of the textile, we can then explore a potential B2B option of potentially selling the fibers to brands the fabric to brands that are interested in sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vinod.
Nice to see all of you again. It's been some time. I'm very proud that you have continued on your journey. Question for you is, I would have expected you to have more revenue and more shoes sold in 4 years. Can you share some of the challenges that you have faced that has brought you to this level of growth as opposed to a higher one?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the reason we've actually generated little revenue is because right after 2019, COVID hit. So our operations were significantly affected for 2 years. So we actively resumed operations in 2021, where we were able to continue with a bit of R&D, doing quality tests for the footwear products and dyeing. So this year, June, is when we were able to at least, and with the grant funding we were able to raise, we were able to produce, we were able to raise funding, and we were able to produce at least 30 pairs, which we were able to sell and get feedback. So currently, right now, we are implementing the feedback we got, and our aim is at least to launch fully in November this year. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia.
Thank you. Yeah, so looking at this slide, right, that we have in front of us, we will leverage on strategic partnerships. So are you going to outsource the actual production? Can you just like walk us through? We will leverage on strategic partnerships. So what parts of your value chain will you actually own yourself?
Thank you for that question. So the part of the value chain that we own ourselves is weaving. So for the extraction of fibers, we outsource, and the dyeing process as well. So what is unique to us is like the weaving patterns and the stitching patterns. So that is what is unique to us, and we also craft the shoes as well, just to try and control the quality to meet the standard that we require. Yeah.
Mariam, we have 30 seconds.
Okay, so if the process is outsourced, how do you make sure that it is still sustainable? How are you assuring that they are following certain criteria that are not, making this and with additive chemicals and stuff that is not going to make it, a sustainable fiber?
We have just 2 seconds left, so I'm going to go ahead and ask you to respond to that question in the chat box, as well as Howard, if you want to go ahead and share your question with the team on the chat box so that they can follow up with you. Great job, Kazi. Hamdi, ready to intro the very last team of the day?
Can you believe it? We've seen 21 presentations. We've been together for almost 6 hours now. We're grateful to every single person of you for sticking around until the end of the show. And without further ado, let's get ready to announce the last team of the day. It's a team coming all the way from Latin America, where we have a huge pool of talent and successful companies. In the past, we've had Hult Prize winners from Colombia, Mexico, and even Ecuador. In 2020, the Hult Prize challenged students to build businesses that improve the environment with every sale completed, dollar earned, and decision made. Labware from Yacay Tech University in Ecuador was one of the Hult Prize winners in that year. Coming from the same university, following Labware's path, is Daiso. Daiso, welcome to the stage. Why don't you wrap up the Hult Prize 2023 Accelerator Finals? Are you ready?
Yes, can you listen to me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, and what about you?
We can hear you too. We can see you all. We're waiting for your screen to be shared so we can see your presentation. Let's see. I see the timekeeper is on standby. All set. You're highlighted. Our community on YouTube can see you. Your screen is loading. Getting more and more excited for the last pitch of the day. Do you guys feel ready?
Yes.
Amazing. You have 4 minutes, starting in 3, 2, 1.
What is fashion without colors? 5 years ago, we embarked on one of the most significant journeys of our lives, the pursuit of a scientific career. Driven by a profound commitment to change the world through science, arose Daiso, a startup which aims to replace the traditional textile dyes, harnessing the power of nanotechnology.
Current dyes are toxic and contaminate 20% of the world's water. Daiso transcends being merely a startup. It's a testament to our passion. Our nanotechnology-based dyes bring new life into avocado waste. In Ecuador, 53% of the total waste is from vegetable origin. The avocado oil, butter, cosmetics, and food industries use only the 16% of the fruit, and the 84% is discarded. We harness this and get our pigments. Our process is too simple. It only requires mixing oil and water to obtain our pigments encapsulated in particles smaller than a cell. In this way, they introduce through the fibers, resulting in more addition and coloration than the competition. This allows us to obtain a diversity of colors from a single raw material, just varying the pH. And the best part is the price. With just $3.37 a kilogram of our product, you can dye 20 kilograms of clothes. All this is being piloted in Imbabura, our geographical market segment and one of the main spots for the textile industry in Ecuador. Imbabura has around 148 fashion industry which dye their materials with expensive imported pigments. Daiso approached to the 12% of them by service to test our prototype. In the first pilot phase, restaurants will provide us avocado waste. We got that for producing a kilogram of that, it just needed 25 cents of waste.
However, in the long term, our main suppliers will be avocado oil industries and farmers with exportation leftovers. Avocado waste is processed in our laboratories and shared with the clients via digital marketing. Our final product will reach towards textile producing companies that share the same ecological vision and establishing B2B relationship. This is the base of our business model. Daiso estimates a profit margin of 38% of each kilogram for each dye, around 88% of the current average market price. The savings in production costs are impressive since it only requires 5% of the textile weight for the dyes. The return internal rate is 26%, which means recovering the investment in a period of 3 years. For our go-to-market strategy, we are designing a free trial kit and fairs that will be organized to get closer to our customers. And of course, the potential of use of social networks, e-commerce to achieve retail and wholesale sales. Finally, as a future vision, we plan to scale our product towards new market segments, such as printers, tattoo, hair dyes, cosmetics, and also other surface painting.
Undoubtedly, the heart and soul of Daiso resides in our team that is proudly guided by experts who are our advisors. We are young scientists on a mission to redefine the fashion industry. Our journey is one of innovation, sustainability, and a resolute commitment to a cleaner world. In this way, Daiso fulfills 4 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. None of this would be possible without your help. Choosing for Daiso is choosing for a new team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congrats, Daiso. Judges are ready for questions. We're starting with Vinod.
Just a quick one. Do you have any information based on current product testing of how long your colors last and whether they run, or any data on that compared to your competition?
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, in terms of the competition, we have like 2 main competitors, the ones that are related with the inorganic Daisos that are currently in the market, and some others that are specifically the organic Daisos that are already in the market. In comparison with those specific competitors, our product actually has been tested with 3 different types of fibers, which is the cotton, the polyesters, and also the styrene. Related with the long-term durability of our colors, we did this test on the laboratory, and laboratory conditions, it still maintains like the coloration works. But when we expose it to the outside of the laboratory, we essentially a minor decoloration, but this is part of the experimental process that we want to continue and improve it before releasing to the market.
How to use bits of pen? Pass me to.
We invite everyone that is not a judge to keep themselves on mute. Gemma, why don't you go next?
Sure. So I'm curious, is there a different sort of makeup of the or a different version of the pigments that will create consistency consistency across all the different applications like polyester, cotton, and then you're talking about hair dyes and other things? Will there be inconsistent coloration, or do you have to have a different sort of chemical makeup of the pigment?
Okay, thank you. Actually, our process encourages two specific stages. The first one is just the obtention of the dyes, and the second one is the encapsulation. In order to respond to your question, thanks to the encapsulation that is actually organic as well, we can control these processes and apply to the different fiber that we are using in this case. So all of this is thanks to the power of nanotechnology.
Thank you. Alden?
My question's around your current traction. So I understand you've obviously done a prototype, you've done some limited testing. Have you done anything at scale beyond what I would call lab bench or lab experiment size? And secondly, have you sold anything?
I couldn't hear the last part of the question. Can you probably?
The second part of the question is, have you sold anything? Do you have any revenue?
Okay, it is important to understand that we are still at the pilot phase. So we haven't sold anything yet.
And the first part of the question was, have you done anything beyond the lab scale?
Yeah, in the first part of the pilot process, actually, the things that we are trying these our dices in a specific dry cleaners near to our place. So in that specific part is where we realize that there is this minor discolor that we want to improve.
Thank you. Last question of the day goes to Maria.
All right, so my question is, can you just take me a step back? The process itself of collecting the waste. So after you collect the waste, what do you exactly do? Because there has to be a lot of cleaning and etc. And are you depending on the waste that is coming from a certain, let's say, because this is very limited to avocado. So what are your targets? Where are you getting that from?
Okay, at the initial part, we are getting the avocado just from the restaurants.
So definitely you need to have some cleaning.
Thank
so
you,
what is
Mariam.
the process?
Thank you, Mariam. Josue, thank you so much. Feel free to keep to answer the question in the chat box.
Okay.
That was 22 teams pitching at the Hult Prize Global Accelerator Finals. Carla, how are you feeling?
I have to say it's been a long day, but I cannot believe all of the incredible pitches that we heard. I am so inspired by how motivating you all were. All of the messages on Zoom, on YouTube were so inspirational. I love the fact that this is not a competition. This is truly a community.
We love that. Let's all take a moment and give a huge, biggest round of applause to our selection committee. 9 judges that gave away their Saturdays to be with all of you. They're not only here to judge, they're here to advise, they're here to share with you their expertise and knowledge. They're here because they believe in giving back. Judges, thank you so much for not only being here with us today, but for everything you've been doing during this accelerator program and since you joined the Hult Prize as an expert. Let's all give them a big round of applause. Let's open our cameras and let's show them some love. Okay, cool. We would like to invite one judge, just one judge, to share some closing remarks before we invite you to go to your deliberation room to start the briefing. Howard, in less than 1 minute. I have a timer on.
I just want to compliment everybody. Like I've watched some of the groups, the progress that you have made, and I can tell you I've read all of the material. I've done my homework. And it's the tip, what you showed us is the tip of the iceberg, because there's a whole iceberg underneath from all the work that you've done. Just incredible. And there were certain teams where I thought, no, maybe they're not going to make it. And then you've changed my mind today. You've answered questions. Great. I just have to compliment everybody. Everybody needs to be complimented.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you, judges. We invite you all to go to your breakout room. You'll find the experts team waiting for you to get the conversation going. And in the meantime, startups, we ask you to stay with us for a couple of minutes so you can share with you a couple of final reminders and wrap up the show. Judges, you're free to go. Entrepreneurs, this is your time to tell us which startups you want to see moving to the next phase. So as I speak, our startups team will be reaching out immediately on your Slack channels to provide you with a link to actually go and cast your vote. Here are some quick notes on the voting process. It is exclusively open to our startup co-founders that are participating in the 2023 Accelerator. The vote will open now and will close in exactly 10 minutes. Each entrepreneur will be invited to cast one vote for one startup. One entrepreneur, one vote for one startup. There's a catch. You cannot vote for your team. You should pick a team as an entrepreneur. This is an individual vote. We're not asking you to vote collectively as a team. We're asking you to vote individually as entrepreneurs for your best team from today. We will count the votes and we will share a summary of the top 6 based on the ranking of the votes with our deliberation committee, and that will be one of the data points they will consider in their decision-making process. I'm gonna pause for a second here. I'm gonna ask if there's any question. Is the process clear? All right, the silence means we're good to go. Narisa, startups team, feel free to release the votes. 10 minutes starting now. Carla, that puts us at the end of the show. What do you want to say to wrap up?
I cannot believe it. As we come to the end of this exhilarating pitch event, we want to take a moment to express our heartfelt admiration for each and every single team that graced us with your presence on this virtual stage. You have truly given it your all, and your dedication has been nothing short of inspiring.
We're proud. Absolutely, Carla. The progress you've showcased today and in the past 6 weeks is a testament to your hard work, relentless relentless pursuit of positive change. Everyone here, from me, Carla, our staff, our selection committee, experts, and your fellow startups are blown away by how you've come since joining your respective summits or earning a spot through the second chance round.
And as I was saying before, the journey you have undertaken is not a solitary one. It truly is a testament to the collaborative spirit that drives the Hult Prize community. The connections that you've forged, the knowledge that you've gained, and the impact that you've made are truly remarkable.
Now, as the curtains fall on today's event, your fate lies in the capable hands of our judges. Tomorrow is the big day when we will unveil the 6 finalists who will move forward to the global finals in Paris. This is where the journey intensifies and the pursuit of the grand prize of $1 million comes into sharper focus.
We know that the energy is high and the emotions are even higher, but it is important for all of you to take a moment to celebrate your achievements, catch some very well-deserved rest, and ensure that you are geared up for tomorrow's exciting announcement.
Before we wrap up, quick housekeeping reminders. Startups, you're not off the hook. Judges will be deliberating until the last minute before we announce the top 6. You are all on standby. Tomorrow, between 1 to 2 p.m. GMT, we want you to be online. We want you to be ready. The judges might call you back for further questioning. They might want more information about your businesses and your team. We kindly ask all of you to be readily available to jump on a call on Zoom and address any questions that they have.
And don't forget that the main event where the announcement of the 6 finalists will happen is scheduled for 3 p.m. GMT tomorrow. So please make sure that you mark your calendars, set your alarms, share the YouTube live stream with your friends, with your family, and be ready to witness the next chapter of this incredible journey in $1 million search.
YouTube audience, thank you so much for sticking with us for 6 hours. We're grateful. We want to see you tomorrow. Hult Prize staff, I want to take a moment to give you a huge shout out. Camila, Fedi, Bere, Narisa, Janice, Andrew, and everyone in the team. I can go on and name all of the 40 organizers that we have, and I would not do you, I would not give you enough credit for the job that you've been doing. We love you. We are grateful to you for the efforts that you've been putting to make sure that we have not only a great show today, but a great accelerator experience. Thank you. Once again, congratulations on everything that you've achieved so far. Tomorrow holds a promising day, and tomorrow we know the 6 finalists that will be with us in Paris.
See you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
What if I just lost it? Would I still be my own enemy? 24 exhausted, sucking in my stomach, I can't breathe. Standing in the mirror and it's screaming back at me. I change my clothes 1,000 times, feel worse about what I see. These unrealistic expectations, calm down.